Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. We're going to go ahead and try to get started. So welcome, and we appreciate everyone being here tonight. So we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Good afternoon, everyone. Trustee Gutierrez.
I'm still here.
That was funny, Trustee Gutierrez.
Well, I have to make it a grand day for my last day.
Vice President McClory.
Present.
Trustee Mayer.
Here.
Trustee Rosenberg.
I'm still here, too. Sorry.
Okay. President Clark.
Here.
Our student representative Logan will be joining us later, I assume, and we are waiting for Trustee Taylor to be sworn in, so she will be delayed, and I am here.
Great. Thank you very much. I saw Mr. Ayazi. Are you still in the room? Would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay, we have public comment. We welcome public comment. There are yellow cards out in the front on a table. If you would like to fill one out, please do so. David Deals. Welcome. Dells.
Dells.
It was close enough.
President Clark and Superintendent Davis, thank you very much. For the record, David Dells. Wanted to come up here today to basically thank Estella for her service. You've been a trustee for a number of years, and I think you have given a lot to this community. Specifically what you've done for the school board, what you've done through the founding of Mariposa, and just generally your focus on the children of the community. And I think that that's what we all have to always remember, is the reason why we do this stuff is because of the kids. And the kids always come first. So, Estella, thank you. Thank you for doing what you do, and thank you for being here and for bringing a wonderful voice to the Washoe County School District. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not sure, is it Christine Kiever?
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, hi. My name is Christine Kiever. I'm a working mom with 3 children attending school in the Washoe School District, a kindergartner and a 4th grader at Incline Elementary, and a 6th grader at Incline Middle. We're recent transplants from Southern California and are thrilled overall to be in a small and active community. But now, after living through our first count day, we're bumping on the lack of apparent follow-through from the district to reduce our class sizes to their appropriate levels. All public schools are federally mandated to cap class sizes through 1st through 3rd grade to 16, 16, and 18, or in the recent Senate Bill 18, 18, and 21. This is done mindfully with purpose and good intent, because though not every child learns to read and master basic math skills in 1st grade, if they don't get it by 3rd, they'll be lost, drowning in the even larger class sizes allowed for 4th and 5th. Every single one of our 1st through 3rd grade classes is 4 to 5 students over the Nevada mandate, or 9 to 10 over the federal mandate. We have enough children to populate 2 more full classrooms and then some. Our 4th and 5th grade classes are up to the 30 and 32 range as well. The most up-to-date allocation grid we've seen that you saw November 24th illustrates how the class sizes of 24 to 25 kids are still within the mandate when you take into account our ELL teachers. Let's be clear. These teachers do not have a classroom of 18 students. They take out a small group of children for 45 minutes a day. Again, they do not have a class of their own. To say that there are 4 teachers in second and 4 teachers in third is an irresponsible manipulation of the facts. No matter what kind of math hocus pocus you do by multiplying a percentage here and a percentage there, a 45-minute ELL contribution in no way adequately addresses our class size issues. Yes, more than 40% of our students need ELL. As you know, we have a very diverse ethnic and socioeconomic population in the public schools in Incline. I'm not dismissing the needs of these teachers, but they must be allocated above and beyond the full-day classroom teachers and be given their own classrooms of 18 kids all day, if you're going to make them count. I see the fallout every day when I volunteer in both my daughter's classrooms. There are children struggling in the 4th grade class with basic addition math facts, and when I say basic, I mean 4 plus 5. And then there are those who are bored, reading, and waiting, who've mastered long division and fractions. I get the differentiation in teaching is expected, but when there's a 3+ grade spread in an overcrowded classroom, it's simply not possible. My kids basically homeschool with me in order to augment this situation. They will succeed. I'm here for the children who will not thrive under these current circumstances, who'll give up. I had the privilege of working with Leslie Herman's Performance Plan Committee to set goals for our schools this year. In doing so, I learned one of the high school's problems, and surprise, children are coming into IHS 2 to 3 years behind in reading and math, and you know all know where this starts. And you certainly should have a clear idea on how to fix it. Do the right thing. Staff our schools with more teachers. Incline Elementary lost 4 teachers this year, but only 24 children. How does that work? Our administration must look like superstars. We're saving almost $600,000 in teachers' salaries, but what is this doing for our children and teachers there, left standing? Looking at the Washoe District approved budget for 2015, $22 million was supposed to go to class size reduction. Apparently 14.3 goes to instruction, and 7.6 has been transferred to other funds. Got an idea for you. Transfer it back to instruction, hiring permanent teachers' aides, more teachers, and serve your children and the community as originally intended. Thank you so much for your time. Looking forward to follow-up from you and the district administration as you seek to service the needs of our community more appropriately and responsibly.
Thank you.
Do you want to leave your letter
I'm going to
with
write
us?
you all.
Okay.
And I'll send
Good.
attachments.
Thank you.
Okay, Jane Day. Welcome.
Hi, thank you everyone. I'm Jane Day. I'm from Incline Elementary School 2. I've been at the school for 3 years, a Nevada resident for about 13, and I have 2 students, a 2nd grader and a 1st grader at Incline Elementary. I've been working for the past 3 years about 40 to 50 hours per week volunteering, unpaid, solely for the purpose of making sure that my kids' school is an excellent place for them to be. I put myself through college, graduated in 1998 with $70,000 in debt, and completely disregarded what I had gone to school for in terms of my degree to be able to pay for it. So I promised myself that when I had children that I would do my absolute best to make sure that they had an outstanding K through 12 education so that if they, gasp, wanted to, they didn't even have to go to college. They wouldn't be strapped with these huge bills that might not even put them on the path of where they want to be. So, full-time volunteer, 40 to 50 hours per week. And in the last 3 years, I have seen our school change in many different ways year to year. We were following a model of this, having our administrators, our principals in our schools, that was taken away from us, became a K through 12 platform. So we first had our administration budget slashed. We have in the past year lost 4 classroom teachers, and between that and other cutbacks to our payroll and salary, basically to save the district almost $500,000. And I see the results in the classroom and how they are a detriment to my children. I go in, I volunteer for math centers, for language arts centers. The teachers are now having rotations with 6 extra students per day. I'm trying to figure out what our path, what our vision is. If you're schooling to this many extra children, what's the plan? Is math going to increase? Is language arts going to increase by an extra 30 minutes per day and disregard the other subjects? Or are we just going to admit that our kids are going to get 10 minutes per day with their teacher for language arts and math? My child went into 2nd grade this year. He was testing in math at the 98th percentile last year. He fell to the 28th. This is based on his reading development skills. He is a good reader. He is not on grade level. His 1st grade teacher did not see this. And I was volunteering. A full-time working parent did not have the time or resources to help, even though I was dedicating all of my time to the school. I lost sight. I was focused on the school. I was unfocused on his education. I need this remedied. This is a note that went out to the school board with regard to what Christine brought up with our total number of teachers and how our ELL teachers are being factored in as a full-time teacher for our grade level. It's just not true. Our ELL teachers are seeing 25% of the students in our class for 45 minutes today, and they're being counted on count day as a full-time instructor. The math is unethical, it is wrong, and it is a detriment to the education of the kids up here. We are a very misunderstood community. You think Incline Village, all this wealth. Well, in fact, the public school is about 75% working poor parents. It's a seasonal environment. They're getting paid under the table. Even though our free and reduced lunch numbers don't show it, we have a huge population of people that aren't even valid citizens, and so they don't want to be counted. And that's okay. These are our best friends, our neighbors. But I know that all of this is having an impact where the resources are not going to an equal representation of all the students at the school because of the way that the numbers are manipulated and how the star rating system is not taking into account the true demographics of our school. We don't have the administrative support either. We lost our administrators, K through 12, we became this K through 12 model, and now we had 2 local resident principals, and that went to now a site supervisor and a overall K through 12 principal that aren't local residents, that won't be here next year. And in fact are doing a 2-year stint at our school to be able to move on to the principal position
And
or
Mrs.
retire.
Day, you need to wrap it up,
Okay,
please.
well, I just want to say thank you, and I just wanted to bring to the table that I do think that these are unethical and untrustworthy numbers that our school is getting based, and that we've lost 4 teachers, and it's a huge problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Give us that
Yeah,
information
it
you're
went to
referring
the Board of School Trustees on November 24th.
Yeah, we got that email.
I went to Tracy CC to us. Is that the one we're talking about?
That was from Tracy Davis.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you for the
Great.
clarification.
I have no other cards in front of me. Was there anybody else that wanted to provide public comment? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that section, and we're going to move on to 2.01, which is the administration of the oath of office to Dr. Angela Taylor, Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, District E. And I'd like to welcome Senator Bernice Matthews to administer the oath of office.
I have such a big voice until it's like the rest of me, trustee.
My right hand? Okay.
You're just beginning to get the instructions, so you're going to be doing this a lot from now on. This young lady is like my own daughter. You knew I wasn't going to just get up here and do what I was told to do.
Hell, Supreme.
Yeah, I know trustee knew I wasn't going to, Rose and I knew I wasn't going to get up here and just do what you asked me to do. But I'm going to do this because of Angie, what you asked me to do. Not because, if it was anybody else who was great and as this young lady is, I would probably just talk a while and then do it. So I'm going to shut up, and so she can get over there and make a vote, and maybe she'll do something that I ask her to do, but she probably won't. My requests are kind of weird most of the time.
Not really.
Would you raise your right hand? I, Angie Taylor.
I, Angela Taylor.
She's correcting me already. Let me start this over.
I read it. I read the oath. I read it.
She want me to not call her Angie, Angela.
It said Angela.
I know, I see. I'm gonna start it over and then I'm gonna shut up, okay? Why are you laughing? I, Angela Taylor,
I, Angela Taylor,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
protect,
protect,
and defend
And
the
defend-
Constitution of and government of the United States of America,
and defend the Constitution and government of the United States of America,
and the government of the state of Nevada,
and the government of the state of Nevada,
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear truth, faith,
that I will bear truth, faith,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
and an ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding.
Can you make that a little shorter?
Only Angie and I would do that. And she want me to start back at and. She want to make it shorter. She couldn't remember all that I said. I'm going to turn it around so she can read it from now
I
on.
got you. Any ordinance, right? Okay,
Yeah.
We're right here.
Okay. Any ordinance,
Any ordinance,
resolution, or law
resolution, or law
of any state
of any state
notwithstanding,
notwithstanding,
and that I will well and faithfully perform all the duties
and that I will well and faithfully perform all of the duties
of the office of school trustee
of the office of school trustee
on which I am about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
My hand is shaking.
There's no crying.
It's too late.
What about the thumbprint in blood?
Yeah, that's next. And then yeah, no white line. Thank you. Congratulations.
And Trustee Taylor, we would like you to have your seat here at the table. Welcome. Well, we're very pleased to have you here, and I know that the board looks forward to working with you in the future. Do you have something you would like to say? And then we can go ahead and take a brief break so that, I don't know if you had family that came that you would like to say goodbye to, or maybe they wish to stay, but it's up to you. Thank you. Welcome.
Breathe.
Thank you, President Clark. I just want to first of all thank all of you that have come out to be witness to such a historic appointment and oath of office. And of course, we wouldn't do it the ordinary way, Bernice. It's just that's not how you roll. But I'm just so very grateful for all the words of support, the show of support. It is an overwhelming, as you can see, it's an overwhelming honor to get to serve, especially as the first African American to serve in such a role. I've been told the school board has been around since 1955, and although it's taken us to this point to get here, I think it's just an honor. It's an overwhelming honor. And I said this earlier, you know, when you look around our nation and all of the trying things that are going on racially, you know, right now, things that are upsetting and confusing and all of that to so many of us, and all those negative things that are happening in the areas of race relations, you just have to look right here to Reno, Nevada, and see something tremendously positive happening in the area of race relations. And in case you didn't know this, there is no one around this table that has a vote that looks like me. That means we have a way of doing this thing together. And so just to be able to be a part of that in such a historic manner, and to get the privilege and the honor to serve with each of you, I look forward to it. A school board, I can't even imagine the responsibility. I guess I better imagine now, huh? But I appreciate your vote of confidence, as I've said to each of my fellow trustees. I can say that now. So thank you. So thank you very much for your trust, for your confidence, for this opportunity. Thank you all for being here to witness the making of history.
Amen.
Do any of my fellow trustees have any words of welcome they'd like to give Trustee Taylor before we have a short break?
I got business cards.
Any words of wisdom or?
They're on invisible ink.
Trustee Gutierrez?
I'm so honored to be with you, my last meeting,
I know.
but still historical.
Yes.
It is. First African American,
First Latina.
So welcome, Angie. And so if there's anything you need from me, you could call.
You'll be on speed dial.
Yeah.
Trustee McClure?
My heart is very full today as well, Angie. Spending my entire life working with children of all faiths, of all diversities, and caring so very much about all children, but in many cases, when I was at Bernice Matthews Elementary School, I was given a torch, and that torch was to make sure that the faces of all children shined brightly, that all children had a place at the table, and that all children got an equitable, excellent education. And that's what we're about here in this school board. And sometimes we forget that it's about children. And every day that I wake up, I know that my life is continually about children and shall continue to be. And I think together, all of us who care so much, we're going to make some great things happen. And I'm so pleased you are here. Thank you.
Trustee Mayor?
You know, I just am so happy to have you here. My favorite song is This Little Light of Mine's Going to Shine. And your little light is going to shine throughout this community for change, for the betterment. When I talk to kids in my neighborhood by the Nugget and talk to them about you, and that you've been president of the student body at Hug High School, that you're African American, but more important, that you have a beautiful smile and you're going to look after each and every
All
one of
children,
them.
you bet.
And their faces just light up. And I'm so glad that your little light is going to shine here with us.
Thank you, John.
Interim Superintendent Davis?
Angie, I just would like to welcome you to the board, and I am so excited about the work we will do for all kids. And as we pioneer with this board together, we are going to be an amazing team. All 7 plus me would make 8 of us.
Well, Trustee Ruggiero?
Well, I had the honor to speak about Angie on Sunday, and so I'll just be brief and say, like what I said on Sunday, I think you're an angel for our school board, and I'm happy you're here.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a few minutes break so that, yes.
But let me say just one commitment is, although I'm the first African American, and that's historic, so we'd be remiss if we didn't note that. I fully and strongly believe every child, by name and face, to graduation.
Me too.
Okay, we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break. Okay, do we have everybody who we missed? Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. And we are now on to 3.01. Consideration and discussion of contract for retention of outside legal counsel pursuant to NRS 386.410 to defend the district, the Board of Trustees, and Pedro Martinez in litigation filed by former Chief of School Police Mike Miras, wherein Miras has alleged various events and action by the district's Chief General Counsel and other personnel in his office, making such persons potential witnesses with alleged personal involvement, thereby disqualifying the office of the General Counsel from representation of the defendants in litigation. Mr. Robinson. Mr. Robinson, I've been calling you Robinson for I don't know how many months. How do you pronounce your last name, Mr. Robinson?
When you're president, it's either way.
Yeah, well, I mess everybody else's name up. I might as well do yours the same too. So, welcome.
Thank you. President Clark, trustees, Superintendent Davis. Again, we've brought a contract to you, this time for the defense of the Miras lawsuit. It is essentially the same terms that were in the Martinez contract. We're not out trying to hustle business from you, but in this particular case, Chief General Counsel's office does have a conflict of interest. Under our rules of ethics, anybody who's identified in litigation as a witness cannot and should not serve as counsel. We are fairly optimistic that we can get this case taken care of in short order, and I'm here to answer any questions about the contract, should you have any.
Are there any questions? And we're still retaining you for the Martinez case, is that not correct?
We are still on contract with the school district for the Martinez case. It should be done, but it's not. There is an issue concerning the interpretation of the contract. We are going back before Judge Hardy tomorrow to seek his assistance in resolving the interpretation of that contract. So hopefully that will be the end of our involvement in that case, but as long as Judge Hardy has continuing jurisdiction over the interpretation and enforcement of that contract, things may arise in the future, but we hope not. Hopefully tomorrow resolves it all.
Okay, great. Trustee Ruggiero.
What happens if Judge Hardy receives the appointment to the appeal? Who will have jurisdiction over that settlement, or how does that work?
We think Judge Hardy will continue to have jurisdiction over the enforcement. He's a judicial officer, just at a different level.
Okay.
And, but tomorrow we'll know for sure, because one, I think the announcement may be made that quickly, and two, we will check with him and verify that and let you all know.
Thank you.
Trustee Gutierrez.
And I haven't asked you this question, and I understand that we're going outside externally because there's a conflict of interest, but just the question of two law firms, just asking the question, why two law firms?
Fair enough. This case overlaps in many respects with the Martinez litigation. Open meeting law issues are involved in both cases. As you know, the chief is pointing the finger at the former superintendent with regard to open meeting issues. I believe Mr. Malloy has as much knowledge as anybody on open meeting. We're not going to duplicate services, but I think it's a very good combination given this case. Because one, if we litigate, I'll litigate. Two, if we get into open meeting issues with the Miras lawsuit, Mr. Malloy will provide his expertise.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, 3.02. Consideration of authorizing the named defendants in the pending civil action filed by former Chief of School Police Mike Miras, styled Mike Miras Plaintiff versus Washoe County School District Board of Trustees and Superintendent Pedro Martinez, defendants to engage in a court-supervised mediation settlement conference to be conducted on Wednesday, December 10, 2014, at or about 9 a.m. by the Honorable David A. Hardy, Chief Judge of the 2nd Judicial District Court in Department 15, thereof, in order to attempt to reach terms of a mutually acceptable resolution of the pending civil action and to thereby conserve district resources. Mr. Robinson.
Thank you again, President Clark. We want to put this one on a short track. Chief Counsel has authorized us months ago to entertain and engage in dialogue with Chief Miras' counsel. We have been in dialogue with Ellen Winograd, who represents Chief Miras. We've got Judge Hardy once again to agree to step into the fray and see if he can resolve it on an expedited basis. We believe that it's in the school district's best interest to go visit with Judge Hardy. It's a cost-benefit analysis. This is not to say that we don't have faith in your defenses, because we do. But nonetheless, given the economic situation, we think it's in your best interest to go. Listen to Judge Hardy, listen to the other side, and make a decision whether or not you want to resolve this case expeditiously. And we recommend that you do that.
Okay. Are there any questions? Trustee Rosenberg.
My question is the same one that I've asked before. Insofar as I am concerned, what was done was wrong. Right the wrong. Put the man back to work, pay his back pay, and go from there. I don't understand why we're doing anything more.
Well, I can only answer your concern, and I think you and I will concede that this is not the first time I've heard you state that position. But
no, that's quite true.
It is something that, if there is consensus and if there is an agreement to do that, it still has to come back to a public meeting, be presented on an agenda with proper notice, and approved by the board if that's the decision.
Fine.
Any for Trustee Mayor?
And you'd like board members to be at the settlement hearing?
I would, yes, as many as possible. I know it's inconvenient, but better now than later.
Okay.
Any further questions? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. 3.03, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Clark, Superintendent Davis, trustees, Logan, Wooster, Carlson. How are you? Good. The state of Nevada has requested a clarification of item 2.01 from November 13th, 2014. The two clarifications are a listing of all the names of the applicants for Trustee Ayazi's District E position, and a clarification and specification of the trustees' individual ballots. You might have noticed that the state is making this request and requirement of all the public bodies. They requested we do this, and so I'm doing that now. So part of it is reading this long agenda item, and I will do so right now. Agenda item 3.03, clarification of agenda item 2.01 from the November 13th, 2014 special meeting of the Board of Trustees titled Review and Discussion of Applications Submitted for the Replacement of Trustee Dave Ayazi, Board of Trustees, District E, and selection of candidates to be interviewed at the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees on November 18th, 2014 for possible action. This clarification item shall identify in the agenda title each applicant for the position and clarify the balloting process used by the Board of Trustees in the selection of finalists. The applicants for the replacement of Trustee Dave Ayazi, Board of Trustees, District E, received by the district and considered by the Board of Trustees at the special meeting of the Board of Trustees on November 13th, 2014 were Frank Britton, Roderick Carucci, Kelly Crosby Sturts, Cynthia Geddes, Brady Hines, Cody Johnson, Carlos Ladone, Talene Martins, Tacey Mosner, Diane Nicolette, Paul Schmidt, Kurt Scoggin, Darcy Smith, Jean Stoss, Brad Summerhill, Angela Taylor, and Carolyn Valley. balloting by the Board of Trustees at the special meeting of the Board of Trustees on November 13th, 2014 resulted in the selection of the following 5 finalists: Carlos Ladone, Diane Nicolette, Darcy Smith, Jean Stoss, and Angela Taylor. Interviews of the 5 finalists were scheduled for the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees on November 18th, 2014 for possible action. The individual ballots were as follows in alphabetical order. President Clark selected for interview: Frank Britton, Carlos Ladone, Talene Martins, Diane Nicolette, Darcy Smith, Jean Stoss, Angela Taylor. Stella Gutierrez selected for interviews: Cody Johnson, Carlos Ladone, Tacey Mosner, Diane Nicolette, Darcy Smith, Jean Stoss, Brad Summerhill, Angela Taylor. John Mayer selected Cynthia Geddes, Diane Nicolette, Kurt Scoggin, Jean Stoss, Angela Taylor. Barbara McClory selected to interview: Frank Britton, Diane Nicolette, Kurt Scoggin, Darcy Smith, Angela Taylor. Howard Rosenberg selected to interview: Cody Johnson, Carlos Ladone, Diane Nicolette, Kurt Scoggin, Darcy Smith, Jean Stoss, Angela Taylor. Lisa Ruggiero selected to interview: Frank Britton, Carlos Ladone, Diane Nicolette, Jean Stoss, Angela Taylor. With the ballots resulting in Frank Britton receiving 3 votes, Cynthia Geddes receiving 1 vote, Cody Johnson receiving 2 votes, Carlos Ladone receiving 4 votes, Talene Martins receiving 1 vote, Tacey Mosner receiving 1 vote, Diane Nicolette receiving 6 votes, Kurt Scoggin receiving 3 votes, Darcy Smith receiving 4 votes, Jean Stoss receiving 5 votes, Brad Summerhill receiving 1 vote, Angela Taylor receiving 6 votes. And that is the completion of the clarification of item 2.01 from the November 13th, 2014 special meeting of the Board of Trustees.
Do we have to make a motion
No.
to accept?
No, you don't.
Just notice. Okay.
Any
Are there any
questions?
questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
You very much.
Thank you.
So that's all we need to do with that item? Great. Okay, we'll go on to consent agenda. Does anyone have any item to pull? Trustee Rosenberg.
406, 407, and 408.
Any other items?
402.
Other items? I'll take a motion to approve 4.03 through 4.05, 4.09 through 4.16.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
They're too quick.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 4.02, acceptance of progressive discipline plans.
My back's out, but
Oh dear, ouch, that looks painful.
Lie down on the floor and I'll walk on it for you. Thanks, Howard. Saw a Thai lady do it once. She only weighed 12 pounds, but okay.
Okay. Trustee McClurry.
Well, first of all, I was wanting to commend the schools for the tremendous amount of work that went into these plans. And also, then I would like to know how many years have we been doing these?
The statute originated in 1999. It was revised in 2003. Since that time, Dr. LaPenta reviewed these plans, and then I took it over when I came to the district, and we've never had an issue with them.
Yeah.
Mr. Freeman, do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, Jeff Freeman. Oh, excuse me.
And your title?
Director of Behavior.
Thank you.
And then the other thing is, what kind of differences statistically are we seeing? Whether there are more behavior problems, I'm assuming there would be less, but I wondered where there's a compilation of that. It's not in here, at least anywhere I could find. And I know we're always looking for disproportionality in relationship to making certain that we're not singling out children of color in our disciplinary actions at any school any more than any other population of children. So who has the information on that?
my office would be able to provide that. I don't have that exact data at this time. Just some data that we recently looked at. We have had a 10% reduction in emergency suspensions so far this school year for our first quarter report, so we are making progress. The disproportionality, we're kind of flat and up in a couple areas and down in others, but those are part of the goals of our options department to really take a close look at that and work on reducing that. And I feel good about the progress so far as we've revised the department in the way that we work as we presented to the board last semester. I feel it's going very well at this point, Barbara.
When do we get the information on those statistics? Will that be at the data summit?
Ben?
Yes. Yes, it will.
All right, thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate all your hard work and
Thank
the
you.
fact that you're an old football player. Is that what's going on here today?
I was an old furniture mover last weekend.
You know,
Trustee Mayor?
we have publications that go out to our employees and everything. I think we ought to announce and thank all the people in the school for the deduction in emergency suspension of expelling them and so forth like that. 10% drop in anything is a very high level, and I think that the staff should be commended for their efforts in that behalf. And if we could put it in either the superintendent's highlights or one of our that go out to our employees, I think it's a great accomplishment myself personally that it's been reduced by that much.
Okay, any other questions? I'll take a motion for 4.02.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. 4.06, 07, and 08. This is Huckabee. Ms. Huckabee, welcome.
Good afternoon.
And who pulled these?
Dr. McClure. Howard, trustee.
Howard, Trustee Rosenberg. Go ahead.
Okay? I'm going to make this very quick. All three of them the same thing. My standard thing that I've said before. Pay for performance is called a salary check. Anything over and above that is a bonus, merit pay, or something like that. I wish there were a way to differentiate so that we indeed say what we mean to say.
But it's a great opportunity through this grant, the TIF grants, to be able to try something new.
Yes.
To be able to see what works and what doesn't work, and whether or not the data shows that having the increased stipends equates to better performance.
And I agree with you. Let's call them stipends.
Okey-doke.
And I'm Dawn Huckabee, Chief Human Resources Officer. And I would just say to all the trustees that, yes, we understand. I do want to clarify that these are paid as non-PERS eligible. So, in district language, it's a bonus or a stipend. And it's based on the criteria in this, which is around the pay for performance tagline. So just so you know, and just so the public knows, these are paid as non-PERS eligible.
Just a second, I have to get it out. Trustee Taylor.
Okay, tell me the rules.
No, takes me a while. I'm old, my brain, to get from down to my lips. Trustee Taylor.
Thank you, President Clark. Is there data that we collect to see is there any resulting behavior one way or another? I know it's after they've done the performance, so I know it's kind of after the fact, but do we track it at all?
We do track it, and we do have data regarding the pay for performance MOUs that we do every year. We've done this since 2012 through the Teacher Incentive Fund grants, both TIF Grant 3 and TIF Grant 4. And what we're learning is that what seems to work better for our school district is not necessarily just the pay for performance bonuses in here, but really it's the career lattice. Having the other opportunities for teachers to be leaders and not have to leave the classroom. So that's what it's looking like through what we've learned so far with these incentives. But also, these come before you each year, and we do change the criteria each year somewhat. So each year there's additional criteria that we add in. This year it's around student growth percentile and having increases in that, and for the TIF 4 schools it's around having outcomes for students based on their student learning objectives. So we also tweak them each year so that we can learn more as we do these.
So each school, each TIF award goes to different schools when we have 4, correct?
We have 2 TIF grants, and there's a different set of schools for each of the grants for TIF 3, and then a different set for TIF 4.
Okay, so 1 and 2 are together, then 3 or 4. Okay.
Trustee Mayor.
Is there any tie between these awards and your merit pay things and the legislation that they pass that we have to have evaluations based on performance-based pay for performance-based or stipend or bonus or whatever? Is it going to satisfy that legislation?
Well, the legislation that you're speaking of, Trustee Mayor, is that the Board of Trustees develop a board policy around pay for performance. That's coming to the board for the first initial viewing tonight. And yes, there's a link in that we've had an opportunity through these grants to kind of test the waters on what this might look like for our school district, which will help us to make better informed decisions when we have to move forward with that pay for performance in the future.
And so that link that you've already established satisfies the legislation then?
Yeah, well, the legislation will be for the upcoming school year, not for this year.
But you're basing that on what you've learned on this and patterning it after this probably, right?
We would definitely use this information to move forward district-wide.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I'll entertain a motion for 4.06, 4.07, and 4.08.
Move to approve.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Oppose?
Opposed.
Please note Trustee Rosenberg opposes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, we are now on to 5.01, adoption of resolution to augment and approval of augmentation and transfers for the fiscal year 2014-15 budget. Mr. Szynski, Mr. Schroeder, welcome.
President Clark, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, for the record, Tom Szynski, Chief Financial Officer, and with me is Mike Schroeder, our Budget Director. And we come to you with one of 2 budget augmentations during the year, one in December and one in June. And so that I don't steal Mike's thunder, he'll walk you through this normal December augmentation.
Thank you, Tom. For the record, Mike Schroeder, Budget Director. Good afternoon, President Clark, Superintendent Davis, fellow board members, and Student Representative Carlson. This is a normal thing we usually bring to the board at this time every year. Before we get into it, I just want to recognize Trustee Clark and Trustee Gutierrez. I know you guys are not going to be here in the future, but I want to recognize all the years and hard work that you guys have put in for the district. I don't think the average person out in Washoe County really understands what this job entails. You get pretty much paid to attend a few board meetings. It's a paltry amount compared to all the time and effort that you put outside of these meetings, attending functions, visiting children, visiting staff. It's a tremendous amount of work, and you're essentially volunteers is what it amounts to. And it just speaks of your dedication to kids and the educational process. So thank you for all your years of service. And Trustee Taylor, welcome to the board. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
So we're looking for approval to augment the budget. Essentially, we're not really changing a lot. This is a routine thing. If you wanted to put it into perspective, we kind of did all the heavy lifting for the budget last January through June. We really looked at our budget closely, had a intense budget process, looked at our strategic plan and our initiatives, and really tied the budget into those initiatives. All that is still going on. It's still part of the budget. What we're doing here is just tweaking it for opening fund balances. We have to adjust our budget to our actual enrollment for the count day, and we've done some transfers since we started the year. So it's really those three things, and it's a routine thing. We're not changing anything that we originally agreed to do. The easiest way to kind of look at this is a schedule I put together on pages 10 and 11 of the attachment B. I've attached a narrative and schedules for all the funds, and I'm just going to highlight these real quick to kind of show you what we've done. The opening fund balance, there's a portion of the opening fund balance we talked about when we presented our CAFR at the last meeting. The opening fund balance is bigger than what we anticipated, and what we do is designate certain parts of that opening fund balance. So we designate about $5.4 million towards fiscal year 16's budget because we knew we had a deficit coming in there. So that's really just going to our ending fund balance, and we're saying that's going to sit there kind of like in a savings account, waiting to help out in fiscal year 16. Then there's other opening fund balance amount that really go towards anticipated expenditures for the current year. And those would be encumbrances, carryovers, negotiations, and construction contracts payable. Encumbrances are really prior year budget that has been committed towards purchase orders for goods or services. In order to recognize the expense, we have to actually get those goods or services before the end of the year. We committed to those services. They weren't provided by the end of the year, and they roll into this year and become expenditures. So this is really taking the prior year budget authority and moving it forward, and that was about $4.7 million. We allow schools and departments to carry over funds for use in the current year. That's about $4.3 million. Each of those hit the various expenditure categories of the district, and those are kind of detailed on page 11, showing you how much went to each category. Last, we had a reserve for negotiations. We're entering into negotiations with all our bargaining units for the current year. We've settled with the teachers. We set aside $5.4 million. About $4.2 million of that goes towards that teacher negotiations. That's been applied mostly to the instruction category. But there's still about $1.2 million left over, so we put that into the contingency account. So once we settle with the other units, those funds would be used for that purpose. So that's really what's happening with opening fund balance. It's dedicated to go to the ending fund balance or for use for items that we've already committed to. And then the second adjustment is really for enrollment. By law, we have to adjust our budget for the actual count day enrollment. This is a downward adjustment. It doesn't mean we lost enrollment. It just means that our enrollment wasn't as high as what we had estimated it to be. We had projected about a 1.3% growth, and it came in about 1.1. So that amounts to about 119 students, which when you take our per pupil amount of 5585, that costs us about $660,000. And the State Department of Ed also does a true up for ad valorem tax, and that can tweak our per pupil amount. It costs us $3 per pupil, or about $180. So that's what's really making up that $849,000 adjustment. We believe we should have sufficient vacancy savings and turnover savings to offset that, so it won't harm us. And then last, we do transfers. Most of these are routine transfers. The biggest ones are really in the instructional category. We took some money, about $200,000 out of instruction to put into another instructional category, special instruction, which is really for GT programs. We've expanded those programs in the current year. Next, about 196 of that went into the instructional staff support category for AccuPlacer, which is kind of a college placement test. And the last one that's really big is really related to the student transportation, about $700,000. We've kind of changed the way we've allocated costs towards our special education. It's not that we weren't spending this money before. It was money we were spent. We're just recognizing more of those costs over in the special education fund. So we're just moving the budget from the student transportation category in the general fund to the student transportation category in the special education fund. So that's really it for the general fund. Like I say, it's really adjusting for opening fund balances, adjusting our enrollment, and routine transfers. all our other strategic initiatives are still in place, and those budgets are still intact. And we've also adjusted our building and sites, capital projects, special revenue, and special education funds. If I won't get into the details there, I've provided some verbiage on that, but if you have any questions, I'd be willing to take them at this point.
Trustee McCleary.
On the transfer for special education, is that something that typically is done each year?
Well, if you look at last year's budget, you would see when we come back in June, we upped that amount quite a bit because it was just a way of recognizing more of the special education costs that were related to transportation. We had already spent the money, it was just in the general fund, but we're moving it to the special ed fund. So it kind of happened right then, but by the time it happened then, we'd already done our initial final budget for this year. So some of this stuff ends up being repetitive because of the nature of it. We do this one earlier, then we find out things a little later, so now we come back. So you'll usually typically see stuff in the June that would come back this year. So that's one of those things.
So what about the public comment earlier about transferring, well, you can help me, I'm open to help. Transferring out money from the class size reduction.
Yeah, that's something we did 4 years ago, okay? And this is when we were faced with our big economic uncertainties. The legislature passed a law that allowed us to increase our class sizes in grades 1, 2, and 3 by 2 students. Because we were facing budget reductions, typically we spend a lot of money on instruction. It's a major part of budget. You can go to non-instructional categories and cut as much as you want, but the amount of cuts we had to make, it was hard to leave the instructional category alone. And the only way typically you can do that is look at grades 4 through 12. So you want to increase those class sizes, and they're already high. These were lower, so districts as a whole asked for some flexibility there. So the legislature granted that. We took advantage of it. So essentially, by reducing those increasing those class sizes, we paid less for teachers, and we were able to use that to prevent us from increasing class sizes in grades 4 through 12.
Or making cuts elsewhere.
Right. So in simplified terms, really the bulk of our operations money is salaries, and which means teachers mostly, though we have many other staff. So for us to make cuts anywhere when we have a cut being made, that necessarily translates into having to cut teachers, or the other flip side of the coin is raising class sizes.
Correct.
Because that's where the bulk of our money is, and it's unfortunate. But the rest of our operating funds are too small to be able to make those huge difference, or you would be deleting everything else that you do to try to come up with that kind of money to make those kind of reductions.
Correct.
So it's not really a overt choice of the board to say that we want you to have a crowded classroom. It's making a choice that we would also like you to have a music program, we would like to have some art, we would like to provide all these other services and also be able to have children in the classroom. And it's not an easy decision, but when all your money is in that one place, there's not too many places you can go to make the large amount of reductions that we have to do.
Correct.
Trustee McCleary?
Is there a document out there that was put together in the last year or two in relationship to the movement of that $7 million from class size reduction?
It's part of our annual budget for the last 4 years.
Oh,
Every time
all right.
we come
Yeah.
here, it's part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've had dialogue as part of our work session with you last year. We had that dialogue. It's a constant narrative with us. And again, it's not just Washoe County School District.
No, I know.
It's been a tool that's been used throughout the state of Nevada to assist.
Well, then maybe you can answer this question. I did not know that, or I'm unfamiliar with, ESL teachers being counted in class size reduction allocations K through 3. When did that start, or am I misunderstanding what the mothers from Incline were saying.
So as a former principal, you know that if you assign a ELL teacher to third grade, the law allows you to count that. If they are servicing third grade students, you can count that as part of the third grade allocations when you calculate out ratios.
Well, when did that come into play?
We've been doing it ever since we've been keeping track of the class sizes.
So how long's that?
Well,
Gotta be 10 years at least.
It's been a long.
yeah, it's,
Like,
I don't know, that I think the thing started like in 91, so it's been
I was gonna say 90.
as long as they've had reporting,
It was 90,
yeah.
but-
And aren't there other designations that also can be used that way? It's not just special ed teachers.
Or ELL.
Or, I mean, ELL.
Well, it's more somebody really assigned to a whole grade, like a music teacher. If they're doing 1 through 6, we're not counting that. But these are specific allocations for those specific grades.
I have a follow-up on that. He kind of got my feathers ruffled.
Mr. Mayor, ruffle your
You know, so they have to be assigned to one grade. It can't be first, second, and third.
Well, it could be multiple within there. It could be a person, and you'd have to check with the ELL, but there may be some allocations that are doing multiple grades.
But they have to be primary. It
Yeah.
can't be, like, Lincoln Park's a good example. They have 2 ELL students. One does primary, one does intermediate. So do they get one allocation then goes against the class size reduction and 1 to 4?
No, it would be only the part that goes to the primary. If they
Primary.
were half and half, it'd be 1/2. It wouldn't be a whole.
And that's got to be pretty tricky. Do you adjust it throughout the year?
Yeah, we look at our allocations every time we do the quarterly reporting. So that's
Every
part of
time
the
a quarterly
calculation.
report comes out? Because there's so much movement of ELL students that it's got to be tricky.
Yeah, but that's part of the process. Every time we do the reporting, we're looking at the actual numbers, what the enrollment is, what the allocations are, and where they're at.
And it's not weighted. It's if there's 28 students, you give it 28.
Well, it's based on average daily attendance.
Okay.
So any given day, there could be 28 kids in a classroom, say. I doubt 28. Let's talk a lower number, maybe 21.
No, I mean, in the three primary, you could have 28 kids.
Yeah,
In
in the 3. So it would be the number of kids on an average basis that are in the classroom. It's not the number of kids enrolled.
And how do you account for push-in ELL?
It
That
would be-
push into the regular classroom.
I think it depends on the
Maybe-
school's plans, because every school service their kids differently based on grade levels, how many kids. So, for instance, I know we're talking numbers, but allocations are tricky. So if you have 69 kids and by allocation you get 3, and somebody goes, well, it works out to be 18 point something. Once we give them 4, then that class size drops to 13, and then the class size is way small.
Yeah.
So we have to like balance not only the school, but balance the district. So we sent you numbers to say, here's what it looks like compared to all the district. But it's a tricky balancing act, because just because you get 3 more kids doesn't grant you 1 more full-time teacher.
As we often say, kids don't come in perfectly sized packages, so it is a challenge to echo your comments.
And to me, I look at those figures of ELL students and stuff, and I don't see any of them out of balance that would equate to raising 3rd grade to 28 students. I don't see that.
Well, we
Go
ahead.
You can't have 28 kids in 3rd
No,
grade
you can't.
Huh?
By law,
By law, you can't have
by
No.
law, you can't.
I don't know where that 28 in 3rd grade came from. That's
Well, that's what she said when she
but
was
she's talking
talking.
about 4th or 5th grade. If you look at her 3rd
Oh,
grade
she was
number,
talking
we
4th.
provided them for you. She's
Yeah.
at 18.25 in 3rd
Right,
grade, which
yeah.
is well within
We
class
would be
size.
well over the law at 3rd grade if it was 28, absolutely.
Trustee Ruggiero, then Trustee McClure.
I mean, clearly this is, I think you used the word tricky, or what was the word? Who was using?
Challenging.
Challenging. So it is challenging. And it's challenging for our incline parents to understand. So I think this is good. We're having this public dialogue about this, because if it's challenging for us to understand here at the table, in following up on our incline parents, we need to have a dialogue with them. I think.
And Joetta did have there's been dialogue with
Well, I think
Incline.
I'd like to see these
Yeah.
guys have a dialogue. Maybe they might be good. And
I was up there this last week too.
So I think we'll talk about that later. But it's confusing. It is tricky. So, and you guys have been doing it for 5 zillion years. So that's a testament to your good work.
Trustee McClure.
On the new programs that we're following this model of instruction from St. Paul, how are we putting allocation in there, and how is that different from what the normal program is doing? And are we doing them at every grade level, adding team teaching in every grade level? How's that going?
So the St. Paul model provided that we had to actually add additional FTEs based on the numbers in the school. So they were allocated the standard, and then based on the implementation of the program, we had to provide an additional FTE in those pilot schools. Based on the data we received to see how well that goes, then we'll look at, is that something we could implement for all schools, and could we afford to implement that?
Yeah, another issue I think at Incline has to do with the utilization of resources, which is not your issue. Thank you for your answers.
Any further questions? Oh, sorry.
I wanted to also echo Mike's comments with regard to Stella Gutierrez. Thank you for your service to the district. President Clark, thank you for your service to the district as well from all of us in the business office. And again, welcome to Trustee Taylor to the board. We very much look forward to working with you, and we very much enjoyed the time that we got to spend with each of you. So thank you.
Thank you. Do you need a motion or anything?
We do?
Yes.
I move to approve.
Second?
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, we're going to go on to our items for presentation, discussion, information, and action. I will state at this time, however, that we do, unless we're very close to the end on an item, stop around 4 o'clock to do our recognitions. So let's see if we can at least get 6.01 in, possibly 6.02, but let's see how it goes. Approval of recommendation of the Washoe Adult High School renaming rebranding committee to rename Washoe Adult High School to Rise Academy for Adult Achievement. Welcome, Mr. Doreen, Ms. Payne, and Mr. Shabandi. Did I say that right by any chance? Welcome.
So, good afternoon, President Clark, trustees. For the record, Irene Payne, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. It's a real pleasure to be here this afternoon to talk about Washoe County School District's adult education offering. And with that, I'm going to hand over straight away to Michael Doran to start the conversation.
Thank you. Again, for the record, President Clark, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Davis. I'm Mike Doring, the Executive Director of the Options Zone. We're really excited to be here today to talk about the rebranding and renaming of our adult education program. But as part of our presentation, we also want to share some of the exciting work that's taking place in this program under Victor Sherbandi's leadership. We've presented a couple of times to the board regarding our option zone and some of the great work that we're doing. I have to say, of all the different departments and schools in our zone, this program has seen the most dramatic change, just incredible change with this program in the past 4 months. Just really quick, I'll highlight some of the areas, and then I'm going to give Victor an opportunity to talk. In the past, this program was always connected with our Washoe Innovations program. We've now separated it, and by doing that, it's really had a lot more attention and focus placed on the program and has enabled some of these changes to take place. The program historically was also mainly focused on students coming in to earn a GED. We are still going to be offering high school equivalency, but now there's a real focus on students working towards a diploma. And you can feel that and see that through all of the classes and the staff and everything that's going on in our new program. Probably one of the biggest changes is historically the program was primarily independent study. And it had a drop-in schedule. And that was created with good intentions to, accommodate adult learners and to allow them to come in at convenient times, etc. But it really took away the urgency, I guess, of students actually making progress, moving forward, because there wasn't a requirement for attendance. All of that has changed. The program now, we have set start times, stop times, and expectations that students are going to be there, and Victor will talk more about this. Another big change is, as recently as last year, we had 14 different learning centers where we were offering our classes. We made a decision to condense that down to 4. Now, with that said, we've actually significantly increased, and Victor will talk about this, significantly increased the number of students that we're serving in both Reno and Sparks. We've significantly increased the classes that we're offering, and our attendance is off the charts of anything that it's been in the past. Lastly, before I turn it over to Victor, we've always offered an ELL program for adult students to come in and learn English. Still continue to offer a robust ELL program, but one of the biggest differences is that it's now credit bearing, where students can actually earn credit, and we can encourage them to work towards diplomas as well in this program, which is something very different from what we've done in the past. With that said, I want to turn it over to our new administrator of this program, Victor Shabandi.
Victor Shabandi, Administrator, Adult Education. President Clark, Interim Superintendent Davis, members of the board, thank you very much for allowing me to be here tonight and go over some of the different programs that we're offering in the new adult education program. Over the last 8 months or so, there has been a significant shift in the district's adult education program. And on this very historic evening, I would like for all of you to please frame kind of your mindset around the notion of us having a free community college, because that truly is what we're trying to achieve. And I think that we've really reached that over the last 8 months, because that's how we're currently operating. And our mission and vision has also changed. For years, the adult education program, as Michael alluded to, the focus has been on getting students a GED. Our focus now is on graduating students, college and career ready, and getting them an adult diploma. We have 5 programs that all feed into our main adult education diploma program. And those programs are, we have the high school proficiency prep program. We currently have over 180 students that have all of their credits. They're just missing 1 or more of the proficiencies, and so we offer classes to prepare those students to pass any one of those 4 proficiencies. And we currently have 8 classes next quarter covering all of those 4 content areas. We have a very strong ELO program. We currently have 17 ELO classes at 4 different sites around town. And we also have a very strong A+ distance education program for those students that aren't able to attend a class. We currently have about 200 students that are taking classes from remote areas all over Washoe County. We have an HSE prep program for those students that are still wanting to pursue a high school equivalency, whether it's a task, a high set, or a GED, because as of January of 2014, there are 3 tests that will get you the exact same thing in our state, which is a high school equivalency. California is the same way. They recognize all 3 of those exams. And we also have an ABLE program for our basic numeracy and literacy students. These are students that operate at a lower level and need more support, more intensive support, particularly in math, writing, and reading. And then, of course, all of these programs we offer credit to now for the first time, so that those students can hopefully be working towards an adult diploma. And in our main adult education program, we have 17 different classes. Classes range from computer literacy all the way to pharmacology. And we just got a pharmacology class approved for science credit. Every class that a student needs to graduate is offered in our program. For those students that choose to obtain a high school equivalency, which was the primary focus of our old program, we encourage all of them to use that HSE to waive credits towards an adult diploma. We don't want any of them to stop at just getting a GED or a high set or a task. We would prefer for them to utilize that HSE and the scores that they receive on that to obtain an adult diploma. We have conducted more than 150 interviews and have hired an entirely new staff. We've hired new secretaries, we've hired 3 new counselors, or we will have hired 3 new counselors. We're interviewing this week for our 3rd. And we've hired 38 new teachers in our program. All of these individuals are very committed to adult education and are very passionate about their work in the adult education field. Very few of us, having not come from the college, teaching at the college level, we don't really go to school to learn how to be adult educators. But all of these individuals are very committed and passionate about learning how to serve the adult learners in ways that's unique. We currently offer classes in 5 sites, which is down from the 14 that Michael talked about a year ago. We wanted to scale back the number of sites so that we could better support all of the teachers and implement best teaching strategies for adult learners in our, for the first time ever, our mandatory professional development and PLC work that all of our teachers are involved in. We have also increased the number of classes. Each quarter, we started this year with 46 different classes. This quarter alone, in the 2nd quarter, we're at 50 classes. And starting next quarter, in January, we'll be at 54 classes. So this quarter alone, we added 6 new ELO classes at Sparks Middle School. And they have had a significant impact to that community. The adult education program is able to support every school in the district in one way or another. And because 90% of the students that are taking those ELO classes at Sparks Middle School are parents of Sparks Middle School students, they are going to be able to advocate for their own students a lot more. They're going to be a lot more involved parents. And ultimately, Stacy Ting at Sparks Middle School is very happy that we're there. And the best part about all of this is that we have a 92% attendance rate in all of our classes. And at Sparks Middle School, it's 98%. That's great. Our student population is at a record high. We have enrolled nearly 1,200 students to date, which is higher than ever before by December. We are anticipating enrolling more than 2,500 students this year. That's our goal. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and I would like to encourage all of you to stop by our main office, which is at Cordone, and I would personally walk you through, give you a tour. Trustee Ruggiero took me up on that opportunity, but I would definitely welcome all of you there. I could really articulate a lot more of these programs in a lot more detail. I don't have the time this evening to do that. But over the past 8 months, we have really worked through this turnaround plan, and it was obvious to us that we needed a new logo, a new image, a new brand. And so we turned to our district's communication department for guidance. And Irene Payne, Cambria, the entire communications department did an amazing job capturing the spirit of what we have become. And they helped us focus on who we are and what mission we were trying to carry out. Irene will talk to you a little bit more about the process that we went through to develop this new brand of the adult education program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Victor. So Victor said it became really clear to him and to Michael that Washoe adult education needed rebranding. But for me, it's really important to actually see if there is any positive equity in the existing brand. So that was the first thing we needed to do. And it became really quite clear that there was no tagline, no slogan, there's no mission statement. We dug around for a little while and we found this logo that hadn't been used for a very long time. And it became increasingly clear that this brand, this logo, did not reflect all the amazing work that was actually going on inside the school or the school buildings. In fact, when we talk about was there any positive equity in the brand, there was only negative equity in terms of it had a negative reputation within the district and actually, you know, within our area, within the county. There was confusion around adult education within Washoe County School District. Was it a GED program? Was it Washoe Inspire? Was it Washoe Innovations? And then a lot of our people did not know that we offered adult education. So it really did become increasingly clear that there was a very strong need for a complete rebrand. So with that being said, we got our marching orders and we brought a rebranding committee together consisting of around 11 members, and it had administrators, the principal, teachers, staff, and community members. And throughout the whole process, you know, the rebranding process is a very structured, organized process in terms of best practice. We went out to the students. You have to remember, we're talking adult students here, so it's very important because they have a lot of input to say in their school and the look and feel of their school. So we had a number of committee meetings, and as we went through the process, we would go out to the students to get their affirmation or to get their feedback, and then we regroup and we would tweak, we would adjust, we would go back out to the students. And what we were looking at was we wanted to decide on a school name and a tagline, a slogan, a logo, and a mission statement. So, as we started to talk about we started to envision what is it that we want Washoe County School District's adult high school to look like, to feel like, what did we want it to express? And there was a number of words that kept coming up time and time again, which were relevant, innovative, specialized, and experience. So we took those words and we started to work on those words, and we translated them into what I believe is a fabulous graphical design, and I'm very proud to share that with you. So in front of you, you have RISE Academy for Adult Achievement, and Your Future Starts Now. The tagline, Your Future Starts Now, you know, we had all these great brains on this rebranding committee, and a student developed that tagline. So yes, we were absolutely going to go with that. And you'll see that it's a very mature color palette. I know it doesn't reflect terribly well on that screen over there. And it's a very simple educational based logo that was unanimously voted on by our students. We certainly listened to our student voice. And then we started to work on a mission statement, and this is the mission statement that a lot of thought went into, and I'll read it to you. At RISE, we provide innovative and flexible programs in a supportive culture to personalize the educational experience for adults. Students graduate empowered to rise to their full potential with the knowledge and skills to be college and career ready. And I really believe, the committee believes, and our students believe that this really effectively reflects the changing perception of the school. Now, all that being said, you know, we can do the best rebranding known to man, but if we don't communicate it, we don't talk about it, then nobody knows about our product, and we pretty much failed. So the next step for us is to educate our 8,000 staff members within the school district that we have this amazing adult education program, and help get them to advocate for the program and to spread the word in terms of what RISE actually offers. We are going, so that's the internal communication piece, and then in terms of external communication, we're going to move swiftly around rebranding the signage, the website. I would say, you know, watch this space, visit the school, like you take Victor up on his offer, visit the school, because you'll see some new brand signage. We'll develop a social media plan, and we will communicate the bejesus out of RISE. So thank you very much for your time. We're here to answer any questions about any part of what's going on in this amazing school.
Questions? Comments? Trustee Gutierrez?
I get to pick on Irene. Can you repeat what did you say RICE stands for?
It's not an acronym, but it's because you want me to say innovative.
Can you please repeat it?
I can't help it.
It's my last meeting. Entertain me.
Relevant.
Specialized.
You forgot a word.
Experienced.
And incredibly innovative.
Yes.
It's just the way we say it.
As far as you had mentioned, as far as community college, what are the collaborations that we're doing with the community college, by the way? Or is there any on track or?
Well, I will, and then you can chime in. We've had a number of ongoing meetings with TMCC, with Amy Williams and her team at TMCC. One of the areas that we're committed to, but it's in process, is one of our counseling positions is also going to be working collaboratively with TMCC. We've had discussions about this because we want to create a bridge where our students will graduate, but they'll also, can we connect them to post-secondary education? Currently, and I'll let Victor chime in if he wants to add to that, but currently we're focused, this program has been really a huge restructure up until this point, and really trying to solidify our current program, but then that's going to be the next step that we'll be working on.
What I would add is that we hope to launch a 7th program next year, which would be a vocational certification program, and certainly partnering with TMCC would be ideal. We have also, we want that transition from our program to TMCC to be seamless, just like it is from TMCC to UNR. So.
Yeah. So we now have skill certificates and so forth at the community college, but as we go forward, and this is just for the board and for Angie in the future, is that it's going to get tough with funding, and so we as institutions, we no longer can work as siloed institutions, so we're going to have to kind of help each other with regards to budget by either sharing positions or doing whatever it takes to cut the corners there and to share resources. So I think that's going to be imperative. And as far as the rebranding, I really like it, actually. It's very clear. RISE, Academy for Adult Achievement. It's really easy to remember. It's catchy. Great job. Great job.
If anybody has an urge to actually look at the whole process in detail, I have a folder here that really details every thought, every iteration of what we went through to get where we are.
And my last question is, you mentioned that the committee was composed of some community members. Just curious the backgrounds of those community members.
Well, one, I can say, one was a parent, or most of our students are parents. We also had a principal, and a consulting principal on there for our district that has been a principal in our district for a long time. We had a number of teachers on the committee as well as we invited a variety of people around the community to be a part of it.
Trustee Mayor?
Yes. You talked a little bit about letting 8,000 employees know. I think that's really important because, and I've talked to you before, the people in Sparks, they felt that there was no adult education program because of the cuts and everything, and they didn't know that Sparks Middle School was the best, 98% and so forth like that. And I just think that it's so important because when these adults ask a district employee and they say, well, I don't know, so they turn around and walk off and they don't pursue it. So I think it's going to be a major task to get that word out. And I get really confused. So Washoe High used to be the umbrella over all these programs. So now it's a rainy day, no umbrella, right? You folded up the...
Yes, you're absolutely right.
You folded up the
Yes.
umbrella,
Yes.
and each of the pieces are independent.
Absolutely. Each school has its own niche, its own identity, its own staff. So yes, they're very, they're independent. There's no more Washoe High umbrella.
Okay, and so the schools within a school like North Valley and the homeless shelter they're independent. They're not with Washoe High or Innovations or whatever it's called.
They're currently, the schools within a school and re-engagement centers still fall under the leadership of Washoe Innovations, and they're also funded through the HSGI grant. That's been the 5-year grant that's going to be sunsetting as well. So we're currently having discussions and planning of what that transition will look like next year, and how those will be structured and ran.
And so Inspire is independent though. And so then all the on-site, like the homeless shelter, that's under Innovations.
That is correct.
And now you're under Rise then.
Correct.
Okay, and you only mentioned one of the sites, and that was Sparks Middle. What are the others?
Good question. We also offer classes in Sparks at the Larry Johnson Community Center near Sparks High School. We have classes at our main building, which is Cordone, and it's right by Vaughn Middle School. And then we have classes in the evening over at Innovations High School. And we offer classes up at PAR, up at the jail as well.
Okay,
Yep.
so
So we have that. Those are our 5 sites.
the guy that's incarcerated, he has the opportunity.
There's
to
an
get
all-female class and an all-male class.
2 of them.
Correct.
And now, I have heard, and I don't know this for sure, but that the GED examination changed drastically in January, and it's much harder and everything. Did you know the change was coming, and you're prepared to teach so that they can
We're
get that
absolutely aware of
diploma?
that. As far as much harder, that's very debatable. We just met with an individual that's connected well to that program, and there's they saw a 12% drop in the pass rate, but 12% was not extremely significant. I mean, it is, but it's not as much as the perception. The perception is that it would have been greater. If they created a test that was impassable or too difficult, now that they have competition for the first time in the history of our country, then very few students, I think, would opt to take that exam, so they have to remain competitive.
So they can opt for 3 different tests.
Yeah.
Correct. And one is called the high set, which is what we're offering, and one is called the task. And any one of the 3 will get you the exact same high school equivalency in our state.
Because a kid in my neighborhood took it before, I urged him to put it before January, before the change, and then he didn't pass. So he took it after the change, and he went down considerably in his score. And I suggested adult education, and so maybe he's going, maybe he's not, I don't know. But
We have many classes, 7 to be exact, that will prepare students to pass any one of those 3 exams.
7 classes, and those 7 classes are at each site.
Right, at 4 different sites. And so we try to have the biggest range we can with the finances that we have to offer classes at a variety of times in the morning, the afternoon, and the evening.
So they're all 7 Larry Johnsons and Sparks Middle. And
The HSC
others.
prep classes are not at Sparks Middle. The only classes that we have at Sparks Middle are the ELL classes.
Okay, thank you.
You need to visit Trustee Mayor, don't you?
Yes, he does.
I do it during the day. I do my visiting during the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be more than happy to give you
Are you
a complete
open
tour of the
during the
building. Yes. Yeah, we have classes in the morning, afternoon, and evening.
Trustee McClure, Rosenberg, and then Ruggiero.
Trustee Gutierrez talked about skills certificates, and with the mission statement in relationship to college and or career ready, is there not a place in there somewhere for skilled positions, jobs, just plain old jobs? And so I wonder whether or not that mission statement might be expanded to include that as a reality for students.
Would that fall under career ready, or?
Well, I don't know. That's always a debate.
Okay.
When you talk about having a career, for most people, I think they're looking at a white collar. But if we're also talking about a skilled position,
Right.
and no matter what you're doing, then that could be considered a career, or it could be considered a skilled position, such as a job. And I'm not, I'm not denigrating what you've put together, but what I am looking for, as we improve our economy here and as we get more and more people within to this community, they all need highly trained and skilled individuals. That doesn't mean they need to have a career position which would be considered a white collar. And so I'm not sure whether that definition needs to be broadened or not. It's just a suggestion.
It makes me wonder if that is a broader discussion at a later point, because we use career ready throughout the district in a lot of our materials, and we use that phrase to actually to include skilled, ready to go straight into a job.
That's
so
fine.
maybe at some point, when we look at the strategic plan, maybe because we have our mission statement in the strategic plan, the district's mission statement, maybe that's the time to consider, maybe do we tweak that? And then in which case, if we do, we would make sure that cascaded throughout the whole district. Thank you.
Trustee Rosenberg.
Two things, just to clarify. The degree that they're working toward now is a high school equivalency degree, not a GED.
They're working towards an adult diploma.
An adult diploma.
Right.
But what I'm trying to get is the GED today isn't working the way it was supposed to. They can't go into the military. They can't get any financial help if they come to school. Is this degree different from the GED so they can?
Absolutely.
Okay? Then I have a suggestion. Instead of ready for careers or anything else, why not ready for life? That's what this is all about.
Right.
Deputy Superintendent Davis.
I would like to acknowledge.
Deputy, sorry. That's okay. Interim.
I would just like to acknowledge that Victor's done a great job of actually also hiring a diverse population that reflects his student body. But beyond that, we always talk about a grad rate of 73%. We never say 27% of the kids didn't get to the finish line. And I think that 27% is where we're trying to capture them there so they still have opportunities, because a lot of kids don't want to go back and be a fifth-year senior. So we don't make them go to the building. They have an opportunity to go to a more mature setting, because it is very nice, and we still provide those opportunities. I know we don't say it that way because we never talk about the 27%, but this is what we're doing to help the 27% get to the finish line also.
That's good. Trustee Ruggiero, then Gutierrez.
Thank you. Well, so I did have an opportunity to visit, and I can speak from personal experience working as a professional in the community that Washoe High was a source of frustration for me over the years. And so just so that I can just give the trustees a little bit of a feel of what the new building is like. I mean, it is a respectful, hopeful, energetic environment. It's a very professional environment and very adult learning friendly, and it just has, it's like a, and I want to say it's like a community college. I mean, that's the feel that it has, and I think it is going to be a shining star for the school district, and the job you've done and your staff. I know you have some staff here today that I had an opportunity to meet with. I think we're just really on the right track, and I'm so proud that we're going to have this for the school district. I think it's really going to be a shining star. So, and I love the logo. Good points made by Trustee McClory, but I think because we're using that language universally right now, I think that's okay for now. I'm excited to see the new website. I had actually a member from the business community contact me 2 days ago, and we referred them to the website. But I'll call them back and let them know that it'll be changed. So I'm very, very excited, and whatever I can do to help get the word out, I'm honored to do so. I think this is really exciting time for us. So
thank you.
Trustee Gutierrez.
So just technically, so is this listed as a high school or no?
From the state of Nevada, I think looks at us as an adult high school.
So it is, so if they're for residency and things like that, and for, okay, cool, thank you.
The new brand, great. Like the way it's tied into this brand here with the face and the graduation cap. Great. Your future starts now. Good job. Trustee Gutierrez.
I would like to move to approve.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Great job, everyone.
Okay. Do the trustees want to take a short break before we begin recognition?
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. 8.01, fourth annual holiday card contest winner, Miss Payne.
Good afternoon, President Clark, once again, and trustees, particularly Trustee Gutierrez and President Clark. It'll be the last time I acknowledge either of you both from this
Forever.
position.
Yes. If we happen to walk down the street, you won't acknowledge us.
From this position.
This is it.
Hopefully I'll see you both again at some point. I just want to say, just acknowledge your contribution. It's been absolutely lovely working with you both and being up here and presenting to you both. So with that being said, it is the 4th annual holiday card competition. So I get to do this. I have a really cool job, and this is one of the really cool things that I get to do, or my team and I get to do every year. We put the word out to elementary, middle, and high schools, the art departments, and we ask them to design a holiday card, and then we get inundated with amazing submissions, and you just have to look around the room and you see the wonderful artwork by our students, and there's some up on the screen there. It is always such a pleasure, and we always get around 200 entries. This year was no different. So then we have this task of trying to, scale it back and identify around 10 shortlist, and we have some of the shortlisted entries over there that we're going to be featuring on the website through the rest of the week and into next week. And then what we do, that shortlisted group, we hand over to you trustees, and we say to you guys, so please vote, choose a winner. And it's always torturous for you, and I know that we have to nag you, and nobody, it's such, I know it is. But we force you to make a decision. And this year, you chose a beautiful entry from a young lady from McQueen High School, and her name is Michelle Vasquez. And Michelle is here. She's a junior at McQueen. She's here with Principal Denin. She's here with her art teacher, Miss Snyder, and her mum and dad, and I do believe her brother. And this is the winning piece of art. And you have a good view of it over there, and an even more beautiful view over there, which is a little bit clearer. So, President Clark, would you like to come and present this to Michelle? And there's also on the back, Michelle, there's just a little gift certificate there. So this is for you, and just beautiful work. Congratulations. And we'll take some photos, and I would say bring your family up, and Principal Denin, come on up and accept the award.
Well, we just want to say it is a difficult task every year to pick these beautiful artwork, but you can see not only how talented academically our students are, but they certainly are creatively endowed as well. This is a beautiful piece of art. How long have you been doing art?
For a very long time. I don't know exactly how long, but for as long as I can remember.
You came out, you started drawing. And so do you do other types of art, or do you do, tell us a little bit about this.
Well, I usually work with, lately I've been working with watercolor, but with this one it's color pencil and brush tip markers. And yeah, that's basically all I'm doing.
Well, you're certainly very talented, and we certainly appreciate this, and this is going to be printed and sent out to all the Washoe County School District, whoever we send out items to, correspondence to, and they'll be able to see this, and Thank you very much for entering. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's say congratulations, everyone. Who else? Let's have your family come on up and we'll...
Kind of pull back and leave them room to line up and.
All of you, come on in.
Okay.
Interim Superintendent.
She's got to get room.
Michelle actually made an entry last year and got shortlisted and didn't give up and did another entry this year. And there you go. Perseverance, never give up.
Thank you.
I know. You can if you like.
Okay, next is our Class Act Award.
Oh, that's me.
Mr. Steele? Welcome.
Thank you. It's full in here today. I'll just go ahead and recap because I know Trustee Taylor hasn't been here before for these, but she'll get used to seeing us. So I'm with United Federal Credit Union. One of our favorite things to do is go out and do these Class Act Awards. It recognizes the kids throughout the school district, not just for their academic excellence, but for the things that they do for other students and in their community. So I'd like to bring up Kelly Keene, the principal at Jerry Whitehead Elementary School.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. I am just so honored to be here. And Julie Rogers, come on up. This is our second grade teacher who also is here with me. And I speak on behalf of all of our teachers at Whitehead School that we are just so grateful to honor and grateful to the companies that have honored Sabrina Conforti. She's a second grade student, and she's that student that anyone would love to have in your school and in your class. And she spends some of her school break time at a like a daycare center, and has put her time to use there, where she goes down and tutors the younger students and helps out in the younger classrooms. And then during one of the break times, she was one of their lead students in raising funds and gathering items for the SBCA to donate there. And so though we recognize her as Whitehead as one of our outstanding gifted students and outstanding leaders in the second grade, one of her teachers at her daycare center also recognized her for this award. So when we saw her name, we all shook our head and went, absolutely. We're just so happy to have her. And I was in her classroom today in Miss Rogers' second grade, and it was so neat to watch Sabrina. Miss Rogers has them set goals for their second quarter, and Sabrina not only has reached her reading goal 1 week before the end of the marking period, she has gone beyond it, and she actually was asking to take more reading tests today to even get higher on her reading goal. So not only is she a wonderful student, she's a great friend, but she also is really, at this young age, all about community service, and I see her being just an amazing adult in our community. She already makes a difference at Whitehead. So I'd like to bring up Sabrina and her sister and her dad, Joe. And as we know, and her mom I know would love to be here, and she is working, but as we know that what we do at school is so important, but Sabrina comes from such a supportive family and just a great family that she is the student she is because of that homeschool connection and all the support they give. So we're just so happy to have you as a Whitehead Whale, and I'm so proud to get to present we're proud. It's the only place in Washoe that's proud to when someone calls you a whale. We're proud of that. I like that. And so we're just so proud of you, and that I get to come and brag about all the great things you do in class and in school and on your time off. So nice job, congratulations. And she's earned so many wonderful recognition from just these amazing companies, from the Aces Baseball, from the bank, that we're just so excited about that, and that she's looking forward to all the wonderful things you're gonna do in the future.
So Sabrina, so you tutor other children, other students. What subjects do you tutor in?
I just help them do their homework and other stuff.
And other stuff? Well, that's good. So you like helping or teaching other kids then. And then you fundraise for the SPCA. Do I have the right initials? Are we talking about animals? Do you have animals at home and pets? No. But that is wonderful that you raise funds for all the cats, dogs, and all the other animals that need help. And so what is your sister's name?
Sienna.
And are you in
Sienna.
school? And what grade are you in?
In kindergarten.
Are you a whale too? No.
Not yet. Not yet.
Next year. Well, congratulations. I mean, as the principal said, we're going to watch you grow throughout the years to become an example not only for your sister but for other children. And we look forward to seeing you when you're in high school. Maybe someday you'll be sitting here where Logan is as part of the Board of Trustees, because it looks like we have a real leader in you. And I want to mention that, you know, only 12 people are chosen each year. Out of 63,000 students,
Wow.
only 12 are chosen, and you're one of those 12s. So we're very honored to have you, and congratulations. And Trustee Taylor has a resolution to read for you.
You ready, Sabrina? Okay. Resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. That's us. That's us. Whereas KRNV TV Channel 4, the United Federal Credit Union, and the Reno Aces have honored Sabrina Conforti as a Class Act Award winner. Whereas the Class Act Award recognizes outstanding students in Northern Nevada. Whereas award winners are positive role models at school, at home, or in their community, and often go unrecognized and unrewarded. Whereas Sabrina Conforti is a self-motivated student who has earned her way into the gifted and talented education program, is a great role model to her fellow classmates and little sister, and does her homework without being reminded. Whereas Sabrina enjoys volunteering and was proud to help the SPCA by folding 51 cardboard litter boxes. Whereas Sabrina is very active outside of her school activities by performing in the Nutcracker for the Reno Dance Company, playing t-ball on a team where she is the only girl, and joining chess club, excelling in swimming and swimming at Silver Bear Swim School, and beginning gymnastics at Gymnastics Nevada. And whereas thousands of Washoe County students exhibit dedicated, hard work, positive attitudes, and community involvement, however, Sabrina Conforti stands out as an outstanding student. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Sabrina Conforti from Whitehead Elementary Class Act Award winner, dated this 9th day of December, 2014, signed by Barbara Clark, President of the Washoe County School Board of Trustees. That's her. And Tracy Davis, Interim Superintendent in Washoe County School District. That's her. And from all of us, we just want to say congratulations and thank you so much for your hard work and dedication.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. And I'll take a second one. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Looks great.
Isn't she cute?
Okay, Chrissy?
Are we ready? Smile. Just hold it this way. There you go. A little bit closer. Too little. There we go. All right,
Congratulations. Okay. Next is our Excellence in Education Award, Mr. Steele again.
Thank you. And as Principal Keene mentioned, the students that receive the Class Act Award always have great support from their families at home, but what they also have is great support from teachers in the school district. And so our next award that we do once a month is the Excellence in Education Award that recognizes teachers that go above and beyond for their students and for the school district. So I will have Jenny Ricci from the principal from Hunsberger to come up here.
Good afternoon, President Clark, Superintendent Davis, trustees. Welcome aboard, Angie.
Thank you.
It's with great pleasure that I introduce Barbara Bentel today. What I can tell you is that she has amazing qualities that make her a great teacher. She has high expectations for her students, and when you walk in her classroom, you see amazing learning happening. But I'm gonna just highlight one characteristic of her today for you. So Miss Bentel loves her students, adores them, and truly builds those relationships that we really talk about that really make a difference for our students. And evidence of that is last year she had a student in her class that was living in a foster home, moved to an adoptive home, and then at the end of the year was moved back to Kids Cottage because the adoptive home didn't work out. And through that whole time, Miss Bentel continued to have a relationship with all the adults in this child's life, making sure that she set the foundation for schoolwork, yet also shared love and care and support. And here we are a year later, the student has moved on to a different school, and Miss Bentel has gone to connect with the student who is still living at Kids Cottage and is going monthly to see her and take her on visits. So that is definitely a characteristic that we don't all have, and we are so lucky to have Miss Bentel as a teacher at our school. She does amazing things in a half-day kindergarten class. So if you want to see a great teacher, come by and see her.
Congratulations.
And I would be remiss in saying that she loves the arts, and many of our students' artworks, 2 pieces were in the top 10, and then many of them are on the wall. So
Wonderful. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
I first off have to commend you on a great first name. It's very queenly.
Oh, yes. I totally
No
agree.
bias
It's
there.
very old-fashioned, though, don't you think?
Yeah, I do. There's not too many, though there's more Barbaras popping up all the time.
Here, here, here now.
So tell us a little bit about your, how many years have you been teaching, and have you always been at kindergarten?
I'm early childhood trained, and I've been teaching for 14 years now, but I was a stay-at-home mother for years and years, so I don't want to give it up just yet.
Well, it sounds from your nomination, and I know that we're going to hear a little bit of that when Trustee Gutierrez reads the resolution, that you really have a heart for each individual child and wanting to see that they're successful. That takes a lot, because you've had a lot of children come through your classroom, and
Yes.
kindergarten is a
Special place.
Yes.
It truly is.
And how many children do you have in your class this year?
I have 22.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah.
But it is very important, early childhood, as you say, in kindergarten, because that's the start for our children being successful
Definitely.
throughout life.
Yeah.
And it is a honorable profession to take that class on and get them started on the right path.
You're right. That's true. We truly believe in the support of our parents too. So, parents, thank you for all the support.
Well, Trustee Good, did you have anybody in the audience with you here today?
I don't. We nobody's available. So
There are Christmas presents to buy. What can we say?
Came to school.
They did, but they're fixing roofs at the moment. I can. There's a hole in my daughter's roof, so that's why they're not here.
Boy, multitasking, right?
know,
You can
yeah.
do everything. Trustee Gutierrez, would you like to read the resolution?
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Resolution from the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, whereas teachers are cornerstone of the Washoe County School District mission, whereas as a kindergarten teacher, Ms. Bentel provides a rigorous, nurturing, and stimulating experience for her students by teaching them to make lemonade, taking them on field trips, developing the artists in each student, and supporting each and every one of them, and then sends them off to first grade with a solid foundation. Whereas Barbara lights up the room, as you do this room, as she enters with her true passion for student learning and personifies the qualities of care, passion, drive, and life learning, while she continuously looks for areas to refine her craft of teaching. And whereas excellence in classroom instruction and thoughtfulness towards students and their families should be recognized and valued throughout the community. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Barbara Bentel for Excellence of Education winner.
Thank you very much.
Okay, picture time.
Get up there.
So,
That's what's wrong.
Everybody have their smiles ready?
Right.
Okay, on three. 1, 2, 3. Whoops. 1, 2, 3. Let's just do one more.
thank you.
When you're 51, they are.
Okay, we are going to go on to exceptional volunteer, Ms. Peterson. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. President Clark, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent Davis. This is Kelly Erickson. I had the pleasure of having her son Max in my class last year. She would volunteer at least 2 days a week to help me with my reading and math groups, along with every other party and anything else that I needed her to do. Her love of children and dedication is inspiring. She's just wonderful. I'm so lucky to have her. And the teacher of her son this year, she is also going in 2 days a week at least to help out in there. And I don't even have her son this year, and she's still coming in to help me. So I love her. She's wonderful. And thank you so much.
Thank you. So congratulations, Kelly. So why are you so devoted to going into school and helping out?
Well, it just started when I just wanted to make sure my son was, getting the things he needed, which he obviously was. And I just love it so much. I love the kids, and I just like being in there.
Well, it's an important, it's an important job, because obviously we wouldn't be able to do anything, be as productive and as fruitful as we are, or our staff, our teachers, etc., without all the help that volunteers provide, because
Yeah.
that truly is an added blessing to everything that's done, and we appreciate very much that you're in there doing that. And I know
Thank
that your
you.
children receive the benefit of that as well, and having a mother or a parent that models volunteering and being part of the community is important.
Thank you.
What part do you like best?
I just love the children the best. I
Yeah.
love going in there. They all love me and I love them back.
Yeah.
It's really nice to be in there with them, and
Yeah.
I love seeing them go from point A to point B and helping them do that.
Well, we truly, truly appreciate it. And
But
I
just a
know,
second, I want-
yes, Trustee Mayor.
No. Age before beauty. She comes by it naturally. Her mother taught with me at Smith Ridge Elementary School. She taught 5th grade.
Fifth
Fourth?
and fourth.
No.
Oh, yes.
5th grade when I was in.
Right here.
Yeah,
Hi,
she's right
Mom.
here. And her dad's here, Bob Carroll, longtime good citizen of the city of Reno. But she was a delight. I had her when she was in 1st grade, and I taught 3rd grade reading. And she would come to my reading and see that smile. I recognize it anywhere. She had it when she was in the 1st grade, and she still has it today. And she's just a wonderful human being, and she deserves everything she gets for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And would you like to introduce the people that you have with you today?
I would. I have my mom and dad, Bob and Marva Carroll. My
Ah.
mother-in-law, Joyce Erickson. My friend Jill Simpson. My son, Max Erickson.
Oh.
My friend Tammy Franchini and her granddaughter. She's right there. Lisa's saying, "Where's Tammy?" And her granddaughter, Rogue, I'm nervous. And my principal, Miss Brown. And that's who I'm with.
And his current teacher, Mrs.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not see Mrs. Espiswa. And Mrs. Espiswa. I didn't even see her. My son's current 2nd grade teacher.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it.
Trustee Rosario?
Well, I'm going to brag a little bit too, like Mr. Mayor did. So I grew up with Kelly. We grew up in the same neighborhood, and Mrs. Carroll, Marva, was my 4th grade teacher, and Mr. Carroll, Bob Carroll, is a local broadcasting legend in Reno. Howard, you know this. He was also a mayoral candidate before it became cool to run for the office of mayor.
Very good.
I remember campaigning for them. They would send us off with flyers, and we would go door to door, and it was a blast. And Kelly was a role model for me growing up, and I loved to play with her. She was older, and she would oblige me yes, just a little bit, but not much. But it was, she was the cool kid, and would occasionally pay attention to me along with her siblings. And Mrs. Carroll, I credit for the person that I am today. So it's such an honor to have a family here that I love. So I'm sorry I got emotional, but a testament to the importance of teachers. So, and I can see she's passed the genes on to Kelly too, and that's why you're doing such a beautiful job over at Mount Rose, and why I am so honored to read this resolution. This is a resolution by the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Whereas the Exceptional Volunteer Award is given by the Board of Trustees to a school district volunteer or business volunteer. Whereas the exceptional volunteer must complete 100 or more volunteer hours, must be nominated by a district staff person, and must be selected by the Exceptional Volunteer Committee. Whereas Ms. Kelly Erickson exhibits dedication and commitment by volunteering in the 1st grade classroom every week on Mondays and Wednesdays, where she works with the students, makes copies, helps with the classroom tasks, and encourages the students to try their best. Whereas the students love to read to her because she helps them decode the books and then discusses their books with them. However, they are very disappointed when they do not get the opportunity to work with her. Whereas the first grade class has shown great improvement in both math and reading scores. And whereas, besides her classroom assistants, Kelly volunteers at every holiday party and special event. Now, therefore, in consideration of the above, the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees does hereby recognize Kelly Erickson as exceptional volunteer, dated this 9th day of December, 2014, signed by President Barbara Clark and Superintendent Tracy Davis. So,
Congratulations.
In addition to that, we have a gift certificate from my favorite coffee house, Swill, for you. And also a certificate from our governor, Brian Sandoval.
Oh,
so
thank you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, picture time. Have everybody that's with you come on out to be part of the picture.
Thought I wasn't going to cry, but then you started crying and that happened.
That was very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Nice speaking on you, ladies. Nice to meet you, Cheryl. Nice to see you. My pleasure. Look at this.
She's right over there. You need a wide landscape lens. You're right, huh?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. I'll take another one. 1, 2, 3. And let's do a third one. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Very nice, Kelly.
I know. I was okay. Right. Travel. Right. One chair.
I'll know it. You know that.
Yeah, that's the scary part. You would do it.
I know, in a heartbeat.
Ooh, a promotion.
Okay, now we're going to go on to Education Support Professional, Ms. Wiedenbeck. Mr. Etchert, you're not Ms. Wiedenbeck,
I
are
am
you?
not. President Clark, trustees. Unfortunately, the nominator, Jamie Weidenbeck, couldn't be here today, nor the recipient, Lois Lund, but I am here to accept the Educational Support Professionals Recognition Award on her behalf. And I'd like to add that we had a extended medical leave situation in our mailroom and mail services, and Lois just went above and beyond to really make sure that the mail service continued and just did a fantastic job, and that's why she was nominated by her supervisor. So thank you very much on her behalf.
And we do have...
have a lovely earring for her.
Earring.
Thank you very much.
But I will say mail services as well as the print shop do a fantastic job within this district. It was nice when I was in PTA so many years ago that you could count out what you wanted to send to the schools and be able to go and throw it into the bin. And my experience, no matter what, and even after I came trustee, they are the most helpful people, wanting to make sure that they can assist in any way. When you look at a district that we're 55th in the nation, the amount of mail that we must go through, I've walked down our halls and seen this huge stack from floor to ceiling next to the post office mail thing there, and I sometimes wonder it must be pretty overwhelming to manage, and particularly when we have so many different sites across our county of schools and other facilities in which it has to be done. Anybody that works in the mail center certainly the rest of the employees within the county need to be thankful for everything that they do, because it is a huge job. So please pass on the board's thanks very much for a job well done.
I will indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Kaiser Foundation Teacher of the Year, Ms. Huckabee. Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon, President Clark, Superintendent Davis, and members of the board. I'm Dawn Huckabee, Chief Human Resources Officer, and with me is Blake Smith, Executive Director for Kaiser Foundation. Each year, the Kaiser Foundation and Washoe County School Districts honors 3 teachers, one from elementary, one from middle school, and one from high school, as our Teachers of the Year. Because of the generosity of the Kaiser Foundation, besides the award that our teachers receive, they also receive $3,000 for being Teacher of the Year. And then our overall Teacher of the Year winner wins another $3,000 and moves on to the state Teacher of the Year nomination. So with that, it's my great pleasure to introduce our 3 principals who will be announcing our Teachers of the Year to you. And thank you so much, Blake, for being here. Please join me up here. So if we could have Joe Ernst, Lisa Riggs, and Lauren Ford come up and present our award winners.
Welcome. Whoever's up on first.
All right.
I'm on first.
All right. Okay, very good. Okay, I will go first. So good afternoon, Superintendent Davis, President Clark, and Board of Trustees. We are very glad to be here this afternoon. I think this is one of those occasions in education that does all of our hearts, gets all of our hearts in the right place, and that is recognizing teachers and their incredible contributions to the work that we're doing, because really they are the ones that are out there doing it each and every day. I did write a few remarks because we don't get an opportunity to recognize people, and I wanted to make sure that I took the opportunity to recognize someone that I think is an extraordinary educator. First, I wanted to just talk about Brenda Petrelli, our elementary school Teacher of the Year, and what she's been doing for 18 years now, and having an opportunity to recognize her for the excellence that she has shown for her entire career, which has been spent exclusively in Title I schools. And when we talk about not only closing the achievement gap, when you look at her classroom, she erases the achievement gap. She's a teacher that wanted the challenge. She came over to the acceleration zone. She wanted to begin a new grade, and she was immediately committed to ensuring that all her students were successful. And this is a belief that resonated with our entire school, which was very, very important. I remember walking by the first bulletin board of the year, and sometimes we might dismiss that as elementary school teachers. But the quality of this bulletin board made everybody in the school stop and look and recognize what our kids were capable of. And it was a visual for the quality of work that we as a school were going to expect from our kids. Brenda makes teaching look easy, and we all know that it is not. Mrs. Petrelli works incredibly hard to connect the many pieces of teaching to make sure that every one of her students are successful with their learning. Her dedication is second to none. She arrives early, she stays late, she works on weekends, she participates in after-school tutoring, targeting our students most in need of academic support. And most importantly, she spends countless hours researching how to make learning meaningful, which is a genuine task in today's world with our kids. And she makes it meaningful so that they genuinely understand what it is she wants them to learn. She's an advocate for every one of her students. She's passionate and determined to make sure that they succeed. She's willing to have tough conversations about what's best for kids, with administrators, staff, parents, and students themselves. She has a standard of excellence that makes others want to rise up to that same standard. Last year, Brenda took on a leadership position within the school, leading monthly classes. We had 8 brand new teachers in our school. She's well respected, and she's well respected because our new teachers see her tireless commitment to the students and that she has an ability to simplify teaching for others and make the whole process easy to understand. Mrs. Petrelli's generous with her time, her experience, and resources with our entire staff. Now the good stuff. She builds a community of learners that believe in themselves and each other because they know their teacher believes in them and that she won't let them settle for anything less than their absolute best. She instills a work ethic, pride, and a commitment to learning that her students will use and remember as they go through the rest of their lives. This is from the student that's struggling the most to the student that's the most successful and pushing them into GT programs. Mrs. Petrelli's class performed exceedingly well on state tests, where she had 88% of her students meeting or exceeding standards in science, up from 25% the year before. That's an incredible accomplishment. And 96% of her students meeting or exceeding standards in math. While over 90% of the class demonstrated more than typical growth. Now, we all know that the impact teachers have on students is far more than just a test score. It is when teachers get students to own their learning and have genuine success in school that roots are planted for lifelong success. And this is what Mrs. Petrelli does on a daily basis. On behalf of Anderson Elementary School, we are pleased to honor and recognize our friend and fellow educator, Brenda Petrelli, as Kaiser Foundation Elementary School Teacher of the Year.
Well, congratulations. What an honor.
Yes, well, I have an amazing staff and administrator, so.
Well, I think it goes a lot deeper than that. It's what I heard out of all that is your ability to value each child and to see that they can learn and be all that they can become. And in your class, you make sure that you imprint that onto them. So how long have you been with the Washoe County School District?
Well, 18 years, and then I subbed before that, so many years. Many years, and I try to do that. I try, as my one student who wrote says, I'm a pusher, but she knows that I love all my kids, so I do. I push them and try to get the best out of them, the best work ethic that I possibly can. And I have amazing colleagues too, so.
Great. Do you have somebody, people in the audience you'd like to introduce?
I do. My husband, Nick, and my parents, Carolyn and Paul, and my colleagues over there.
Yeah. All shy, huh? Nobody's going to stand up and...
And Mr. Ernst, of course.
Right.
Yes.
Well, it sounds like you have done a magnificent job for all the students that have had the wonderful opportunity to pass through your classes.
Thank you.
And certainly we appreciate great teachers because it is all about the teacher that makes every child successful. It's not any of us that sit up here at the board table. It's the day in and day out, grind and pushing that you do that will eventually get every child by name and face to graduation. So thank you very much for everything that you do.
This is great.
Now, I think, do you want a picture with all of your family members?
Yes,
up?
I will take this.
Absolutely. Let's do that first. Congratulations and thank you again.
I just wondered, I saw that. You're here. I'm not gonna say a thing, right?
You're gonna just send it this one?
Okay, you next.
Hi, Lisa Riggs, Gifted and Talented Education Program Director, Interim Superintendent Davis, President Clark, and trustees. I am here today to introduce you to a wonderful middle school teacher for the Kaiser Teacher of the Year, and that is Jennifer Hoy. She is here with a lot of her family, and we'll do some introductions in a moment, but we just want to share with you the great things that she has done for the Gifted and Talented program, because we are all about our teachers and the type of teaching that they do. And when we started the Magnet program a few years ago, we were looking for the best and most dedicated teachers, and she certainly is one of those English language arts teachers at Swope Middle School. We had been working with her for many years. She was at Vaughan Middle School, so her variety of experiences from title schools clear to the Gifted and Talented program at Swope has brought a lot of diversity to her experiences with our scholars. I love going in and visiting her classroom because it's always interactive, engaging, and there's a lot of critical thinking, a lot of critical discussion, and sometimes a lot of debate. So one of those skills that our scholars really adhere to through her experiences. Something else that I wanted to share is her lifelong learning, because when you decide to join a program that does a lot of professional development, offers a lot of credits, and have experienced teachers such as Jenny Hoy to show up on the Saturday and continue that education is just outstanding. And so one of the few teachers this year that took on the week-long training that we have this summer, and she will continue to do that. When we were looking through our supplementary material, she was right there with the Common Core guidelines and looking at how do we accelerate our program, how do we integrate our core subjects for gifted learners, and how to differentiate every day for the various learning styles that our students have. She's also well-versed with social emotional learning for our gifted students. I know that's a big deal in general education, but it's even a bigger deal with gifted and talented students with underperforming students at times, perfectionism issues, hypersensitivities, and all of those things that she deals with on a daily basis. Her leadership is outstanding. She is a lead magnet teacher at Swope Middle School. She supports our Gifted and Talented Advisory Council as a representative, and also works closely with our English language arts teachers within our program and with general education. I know that she takes many leadership roles at Swope as well, and Dr. Brown sends his wishes because she's such a team player, both with gifted education and Swope Middle School. So with that, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Hoy.
Congratulations.
We gotta have a moment. Okay, I'll start over.
Sorry. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I just have to say, the fact that I'm being honored on Trustee Taylor, I'm sorry, you'll always be Angie.
I'll be Angie, you know that, Jen.
On her first night is a friendship in over 30 years in the making. I have a story.
Oh, Lord.
That Angie, you changed my life. And I'm going to get emotional. I'm going to honor Angie here.
This is your time.
I know this is my time. I moved here my senior year in high school. First day of school on Hug High's campus. Didn't know a soul, was hoping to make it through senior year before I hit college and life could really begin. And Angie says, "Who are you? What are you doing?"
And, you know, she's never enthusiastic about anything. So she comes up to me and she goes, you might have some good ideas. You need to be on leadership. She didn't know me from anybody. By day 2, I was on school leadership. I had all these friends that I'd never had. And that taught me that everybody has a place. And I take that into my classroom every day. And to know that you're on this board is amazing.
She was awesome, by the way, on leadership. We just met.
So anyway, tonight is 38 years in the making that our crossroads are right here.
I'm honored to share with you, Gina.
So, and then I have another presentation. There was a young man about 4 years ago who was in my class. And I said, and I was in charge of leadership at Vaughn. And I said, you need to be in leadership. He goes, no, I have to take Spanish, I have to take band, can't be in leadership. I said, no, you need to be in leadership. No. So I had to respect that he was in charge of his academics, but he is a leader. And so I actually have a photograph of him I wanted to share. We did a career project. And so he was in character as a forensic scientist.
All right.
There, I helped out with a lot of leadership projects.
Not to be in the club, just to be participating. Sorry about that.
So anyway, I am proud that he's finally a leader.
The negatives back.
So anyways.
Well,
I've
we can see why you encourage your students and that they're successful, because you're always looking out and acknowledging everybody else around you. But we want to say thank you for being an excellent GT teacher, because oftentimes people think, well, GT, what's, no big deal, that's easy, you got all the smart ones in there, what are you doing? But
Logan, was my class easy?
but that's
Sorry, I did not do well on those essays.
But that's not true, because you have the same challenges as every teacher has for every student, and that's making sure that every child grows academically. Ms. Riggs mentioned about the social emotional, and there's all the same components happen at the GT level as they happen at every other level with every other child. So we appreciate that you dedicate yourself to that.
It's my honor every day to go to school, and I get amazing students. I'm lucky, I have 2 bosses. I have Mrs. Riggs here, and then I have Dr. Brown at Swope, and between the 2 of them, they keep me in line, so it is my honor.
And do you have people in the audience you'd like to introduce?
I do. First of all, I have a current student, Anna. Yay! I bug her every morning. And I have my parents, Dr. Richard and Sharon Davies, and my husband, Mike. And I am missing 2 members, the 2 people who inspired me originally to bypass the whole business career and become a teacher, are my daughters. They are off taking their Washoe County School District diplomas and changing the world. My younger daughter is a semester away from graduating from Oregon State, and my older daughter is a graduate student at Loyola of Chicago, while she works full-time in the digital marketing something or other. Yeah, we talk about we are training children for jobs that don't exist. She's a key example of this job did not exist 5 years ago. So.
Well, I can tell that you are an inspiration for them, as you are for all the students in your classroom. And again, what was said earlier about the importance of the classroom teacher just can't be said too many times. And we certainly appreciate everything that you do, because again, we wouldn't be able to graduate students and get them out there into the world if it wasn't for dedicated teachers. So again, thank you so much. And we need to do a picture.
Okay, thanks. This is actually for you.
So family,
So here is your
students, everybody come up.
I've seen it was her.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah, that's Dick Davies. Yeah, Dick Davies is her father. Oh, well, I knew, but.
You're what?
How you doing after the teacher?
Oh, me? Okay.
You're a kid.
Oh, I was going Howard, but he's gone. So I can see.
3. Gonna do another one.
Thank you and congratulations again.
You can tell them that part, yes. Yes, it still is a thing.
There were two of you that were.
Well,
two teachers, remember, that were very short.
well, you have a story, he has another story, I have another nickname.
Later.
Okay.
Congratulations. Thank you. So proud. Thank you. I think she just has the one.
Yeah, two Jimmys that were really short. I think we called.
I'm waiting for Anna to come up with me. Good afternoon, President Clark, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Davis. Thank you for having me. I get to recognize Anna Herrera. She is the High School Teacher of the Year, and she is also the Washoe County School District Teacher of the Year. Yay. So Anna, let's describe Anna. So this morning, Dr. LaMarca and Dr. Gonzalez and I got to walk into her classroom and watch her teaching AP Bio, where all the kids were all over the place, doing some great innovative cells, oxygen. They were, it was a high functioning lesson there. Dr. LaMarca and I were having a conversation about the words that the children were using, right? I mean, okay. So Anna is teaching AP Bio, AP Environmental, and then she's also teaching our HSP prep classes. So she has the children that are at the top, and she has the children that we need to bring to the top in her day, every day. Last school year, she had a class of 16 kids in our HSP prep classes, and she had 15 of them pass the first time go around. So 16 in the class, 15 pass.
Whoa.
The next go around, we had more students in the classroom. By the end of the last test, 100% of her students passed.
Wow.
Her first time teaching AP Environmental, how many passed?
It was a quarter.
Okay, quarter of the students passed. And this year we added the AP Bio for her, and I'm forgetting all of her statistics because I'm standing in front of you, right? Anna's remarkable. She takes the higher level students and raises that bar so high for those students. She takes the students that are struggling and raises the bar to them so high, and they reach it every time. As we were giving out the results to see who could walk across the stage, there was a student in the office with Miss Anderson, the vice principal, and Miss Herrera, and he got his score and he passed. So they both wanted to be in there. I'm doing the Miss Ford dance, cheering and screaming, and they're all cheering for him, and then he looks to Miss Herrera and says, "Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here today." And so everyone's crying in the office, and he's going on and on about how great Miss Herrera is, and everyone's crying, so then I left, right, because everybody's crying. Miss Herrera's crying. When she gets those results back, she will sit there and she will talk about the scores, talk about how the students did, what the student needed. She should have done this, she should have done that, I could have done this, or I could have done that. Every time she sees one of those scores, it's about her and what she could have done for those children. And every time you see that, as a principal, you start to cry because she's talking about herself and what she could do to help meet those kids' needs. This year at Senior Sunrise, Javier is out on the football field with his cell phone, and he wants to tell everybody about how wonderful it is, the Senior Sunrise. He's here, everybody who dedicated their life to get him there. He says, "Let me take a picture with all the special people. Miss Herrera, Mr. Herrera, come take a picture of me, with me." I'm standing right there. This far away from Javier. I looked at Javier and I said, "Javier, you better take that picture with me, and it better just be me, because if I hadn't hired them, you wouldn't have had them to make a difference in your life." Right? Javier took a selfie with me, and then later he had to retake his selfie because the one with the Herreras was all blurry, but mine was the only one that worked. Okay, so Javier loves Miss Herrera and Mr. Herrera, her husband, who is here with her today. But I just wanted to thank Anna, and these awards speak to the success Anna has had with children at Hug High School and everywhere she's worked. She's an amazing teacher, and I'm so happy that she's being honored today. So congratulations.
Well, what an honor, and out of all of the teachers that we have in the district, to be the Washoe County School District Teacher of the Year. Congratulations. And how long have you been teaching?
I've been teaching 9 years.
9 years, wow.
So the funny thing today, this morning, my kid said to me, so Mrs. Herrera, because they have projects, and they say, so how do you get over public speaking? I said, you don't. And I go, what you don't know is that, you know, I have to walk myself through in the morning what I'm going to do so then I can feel comfortable. And once I see your happy faces, then it's all game on. And then they said, oh, okay. So I was like, so while you're presenting, you know, if that's the way you feel, stare at me, and then you can look around once you feel comfortable. And so they said, okay. I'm like, I wish I had more encouraging words, but, you know, I know how they feel.
Well, it must be tough with AP classes to keep ahead of your students, and you must put a lot of effort into being able to come up with new curriculum and projects for them to do to keep them excited.
Thank you. And a lot of, you know, what has helped is having a great administration and great teachers that inspire us, and also provide a safe environment for us to step outside of our comfort zones. Without our administration, without our teachers, I wouldn't be able to do that and engage our students to do the same. And so I appreciate all of our community at HUC.
There seems to be a theme here that everybody that stood here today really understands about valuing each student, and that everybody can achieve and helps them to achieve when they're in your classroom to the greatest extent that they can. And that's not with everybody, so that's quite a characteristic to be able to have, because obviously it shows because you have your students following you and wanting to be you part of their lives, so that's fantastic.
Thank you.
Do you have people in the audience you'd like to introduce?
I do have my dad. My mom wasn't able to make it. She had to work. And I would like to say thank you to my dad for always instilling in us the power in education. Yes. And so even though we came to this country, they said to us, education goes with you anywhere you go. And so they empowered us through education, and I appreciate them for that. I have my brother who paved the way for us. He went on to college, and it was not a choice for us. It was, you had to follow the big brother as a mentor and role model. I have my husband who about 12 years ago asked me the most important question and said, if you could do anything in the world, what would you do? And I said, I would teach. And he said, what's stopping you? And I said, you're right. And every day he's patient, he supports me, and I appreciate everything that he does, because every lesson, for example, the one I did today, I run it through him first, and then I say, you understand everything? He goes, yes. And then if he doesn't, he asks me questions, and I'm like, okay, then I got this. The kids will have this. So, and we just talked about the connections in Reno as well, and people that have influenced your life through Reno by living in the community. I've lived here over 20 years, and about 19 years ago, I met Stella. And she had this.
I'm about to cry just looking at you.
Which is interesting, because being today her last meeting, if she would have said we would be here standing in the same room.
What a gift.
What a gift. And she had a youth program called Hispanic Youth Image, and through that program, she encouraged us to be leaders. We had a board meeting like this. We learned, my brother was the president, and we learned how to run a meeting, how to be leaders in our community. And who knew that those little steps back then, when she took us under her wing, we would be here today. So I appreciate everything you've done for us, Stella, and she was a great mentor. And every time I see her, I say, there's some big shoes there. So I appreciate that, and as well all the great teachers that I had that provide a role model of what excellent teachers look like.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, we wish you the best of luck with the entire state.
Thank you.
And we know that you're going to win because obviously, how could you not? So let's have your family up and take a picture. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Gutierrez.
I can't leave the meeting without saying something. This is a very special moment. And I think the minute I saw you, I knew you were going to be spectacular. Especially también Nestor back there, because we had to work on Nestor a little bit, but you know, we did have to straighten the guy up a little bit. But I never gave up on Nestor, never gave up on you. There's not too much work with you because you were an instant star, and maybe that was because Nestor's influence too. But I just want to tell you how proud I am.
Thank you.
And for me, that's why I love education. This is what it's all about: is to see, you know, what others become, our influence as much as possible. I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't trade it for the world. So I'm very proud of you, very proud of you. And so you'll take the torch further than I will.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you.
Congratulations. Let's have your family come out so we can take a picture.
Can I be in the picture?
Of course.
Thank you.
Right here. Right here.
It's a family affair. My husband Jesse's coming because we were the.
I kept this guy in line.
All right. Let's see. Squeeze together just a little more. Okay, that's great. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Each line eye.
1, 2, 3, and then one last one.
Thank you. Congratulations.
No, one more. Tracy, one more.
So, Mr. Smith, why don't you come up to the podium? Because I think we'd like to acknowledge the Kaiser Foundation. For providing these awards. How long have you been doing it? How long has the Kaiser Foundation been doing this?
The Kaiser Foundation became its existence in 2003. Just a little history, and I don't want to take away from all of the excitement and wonderful things that all of you teachers have done. I'm only here to say thank you for doing what you do for the children. But Bob and Dorothy Kaiser were very generous people. They were childless, and I watched them through their lives give to children. And so upon their death, I was bestowed the chairmanship of it. And with that, we've limited to the funds from the foundation to go to women and children, mostly within the state of Nevada. And children are our future. And so this award to the teachers is something that we say thank you, and please continue, because they are our future, and we thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we
Thank you.
appreciate very much that you contribute money and that you, I mean, that's important.
That's great for teachers,
It is,
yeah.
absolutely.
That is.
And that you have chosen to recognize and the great teachers that we have in our school district and their importance, as you say, to every child.
As I say, they teach our future, so they're the most important things in our lives at this point.
Well, thank you
Yeah.
very much. Okay, celebration of service.
No,
This is
let's
you.
go back and do the rest of the agenda.
Rest of the agenda? That is okay with
And
me.
then we'll come back.
Okay. Thank you. You may get up and leave if you so choose.
but you can.
This is the time.
Staying for that, so let me tell him to go. I'm gonna tell Jesse to go then.
What?
He was staying for that.
Well, that'll.
Oh, he was saying for that,
Shouldn't be
okay.
that much longer. Just tell him to stay.
For the recognition.
Oh.
Oh, do you want us to
Oh.
do it?
A lot of people are here. for
All right,
the
that's fine.
celebration of service.
Are you whispering?
So.
That's fine. I don't care.
Oh, okay, we're gonna go back then to the recognition of service. We won't listen to Vice President McClure.
Yeah, what does she know?
I know, she don't know nothing.
What does she know anyway?
What does she know?
Are you ready?
You're on. Yep.
On
Oh, you're gonna
behalf,
stand?
I am.
Do you want the gavel so you can throw it or hit somebody with it?
As Vice President, this is a very tough job for me to have to do today because I feel it's very bittersweet. Barbara and Estella, I believe, as has been stated here today, and now I hope to state it in a very formal manner, that what you have given to this school district has been very selfless, that you have done things because you truly do love children. Whether you're an educator or an educator by default, which is Barbara's situation, what you have done is to give your heart and your soul to make this school district the very best school district that it possibly can become. Tonight it seems like we've come full circle in looking at Estella's Anna Herrera, who also was my leader when we did door-to-door for student success when I was at HUG there. With Angie at HUG, my daughter was part of Angie's student council at HUG.
The cabinet, maybe.
Yes,
The cabinet.
we both had, I had both my children graduate from HUG. And with Barbara, she has spent her entire life advocating on behalf of families and parents to make certain that we open the doors to every single school and we truly welcome in our families and we help our families to help their children. I mean, I don't know that there's a better way that you can spend your life than what we have chosen to do here as members of this Board of Trustees. And I don't think that there's enough words to say how much you are appreciated and valued as an esteemed member of this particular Board of Trustees. You both have been here longer than I have on the Board of Trustees, but we all together, I think, have the same kind of soul and the same kind of heart in that what we believe in is that education is truly the key for there to be a place setting at every single table for every single student that we have. So that's from me, and we have a set of awards, one from Senator Harry Reid, one from the Nevada Association of School Boards, and what they're doing, of course, is acknowledging the difference that you have made as trustee members in our community and in the state of Nevada. As you well know, no matter where we go in the state of Nevada, we run into someone that knows someone that knows someone. The degrees of separation in Nevada are very small, and it's a very unique place to be. We also have a certificate of senatorial recognition from Dean Heller, along with United States Senator Harry Reid.
Nice.
So, I would like to present these to you along with a token of our appreciation. I'll give this one to President Clark, which includes your wonderful photo album. We asked each trustee what they preferred.
Wonderful, thank you.
And Barbara talked about the photo album that was made when Dan was here, and that she felt that was a very meaningful thing to do. So on behalf of all of our politicians, including additional school board members here, I'd like to present this to Estella, and Estella wanted a video. But you have the same set of documents from our esteemed politicians in the state of Nevada, along with the Nevada Association of School Boards. And our heartfelt thanks, speaking on behalf of all of the board members, all of the children, all of the families, all of the teachers, the principals, the central office. You have no idea how much you have impacted in a positive manner the direction of this school district. And we're forever grateful for your efforts and for your hearts and for your positive attitudes and attributes that you've brought to this school district. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very nice.
And we have some public comment on this item.
Oh, okay. Ms. Crane, Ms. Berg, welcome.
I bring my own seat today. I have to laugh, otherwise I think I might start crying. But Estella, Barbara, I never get to call you that up here, but I'm going to today. Thank you both for lifting up family engagement. You're gonna help me. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. You gotta talk. You've been a very strong advocate for our families, the ones that don't have a voice. So, thank you both.
We wouldn't be where we were at in this district if it wasn't for what you guys have done, in particular for family engagement, whether it's things that you've helped out with, moving forward family engagement stuff in this district, moving forward with making sure that every child has a voice. I know that every child, one voice means a lot to Barbara with the PTA background that we both have. And I personally will miss you guys terribly. Stella is my representative and where I live, and Barbara, of course, very dear to my heart because of following in her footsteps, except for that seat. And we just thank you. It like Barbara said, it wouldn't be the same school district, it wouldn't be the same school board without you guys' influence. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, long time. Thank you very much. I've learned everything about family engagement from both of you, so thank you. I wanted to say that I have just been very honored to be able to serve for the past 8 years, be the representative of my constituents and across the board. I was passionate, as they say, about family engagement, and was always an advocate on that side of the table, and then decided I wanted to see what it was like on this side of the table. So it's been a joy. It's been a lot of work. It's been very stressful. 8 years, it's been a long time, and I've enjoyed it, and hopefully we did make a contribution along the way in various areas, and so I wish the new board the best of luck, and I am looking forward to me time. I've already phased that in, and I'm just about right out that door and enjoying not having to use my weekends to prep for a board meeting or to do research or to go out evenings or whatever it was. I truly am. As much as I've enjoyed it, I've also looking forward to the next phase. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Clark, for your service. We've been on the board together for a while, together. I wasn't really feeling, I guess a lot of my distress began in December when I decided to actually not run for this position. So that was hard. So I went through a whole month of, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, but because of my new position, I knew then that I just couldn't dedicate because of time. It was hard. It's been hard. And then this weekend, again, it hit me, and I was very sad, but at the same time, I look back and, I think that this district is a better district. There's been great accomplishments, and it's been a great journey. It's been such an honor to represent my constituents and the district and to serve the district. It's been, just amazing. There's been a lot of great work, and oftentimes we forget about that great work. There has been accomplishments, there has been achievement, there has been great strides. We've been a great team, especially in the last 6-7 years. We've been a great team. And so I just want to say that I'm a better person for serving. I've learned a lot in this position, so if I could do this job, I think I could do any other job, quite frankly. But you really have to have passion. You really have to have the heart and passion for this position, and that's my life. It's all about education, and so I'm not leaving, but I'm continuing what my passion is all about, and that's, you know, education. And so for me, it's just being thankful to my husband, Jesse, who's here this evening. I drove him crazy during all these years, especially this last 2 years probably, and he's been my rock throughout the whole thing. And there's a lot of sacrifice with their family, and so I just want to thank Jesse for that and my grandson for being there. And I want to thank the amazing staff. You guys are amazing. I leave here with a wonderful familia. You guys will forever be my familia. Washoe County School District is part of me now. You know, for all of the trustees I served with in the past, and all of you have gifts. You do. We've made some great strides. And to all of those who served as superintendents under us, you, me, Barbara, it was three, right? 3 superintendents, and you know, they all provided service, and they all had great, you know, leadership, and they gave back to this district. So thank you. I don't think I would ever be a superintendent, by the way, but just thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well said. It definitely was a pleasure serving with all the staff, and it was a great learning experience. It really was. There's 8,000 dedicated employees in the school district, and that's what moves us from good to great and getting to this. It certainly is amazing, and it's been just great to learn from everybody and to witness all the different personalities. I'm talking about the board now. And so it's been great working with everyone, and it really was. But I don't envy having to prepare for the next board meetings. But I enjoyed it.
Can John do his little toot, at least for my last meeting?
Yeah. Please don't encourage.
Well, you better get permission from me first. You better get permission from me first.
That's a Sparks little, okay.
Hit the rails.
That's,
all right.
That's what it is, hit the rails.
That's enjoying the past and looking forward to the
Exactly.
future.
Exactly. That's why I wanted him to say that. Thank you, John.
You're welcome. And you're great.
Okay, well, we're going to move on. Thank you, everyone, for the great, and communications, thank you very much for the photo book. I know it was a lot of work, and someday I think somebody in my family might ask what I did. And I'll be able to tell us about. I'll wait for that day.
This is proof that.
Yeah.
I have you in video. I have you in video.
Don't.
I do.
Well, don't show it to anybody. So thank you. Okay, presentation on the Challenger program. Mr. McFarland.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Before 03.
404. Yeah. 07.
Yeah. I'm preparing. This is so cute. I like a little girl with a gift in front of me. It's like, you know.
Get into it.
I think, though, on second thought, we should have asked for chocolates.
There you go.
Well, there's chocolate cake
Something
in
to
the
munch
back.
on while we're
There's
sitting
chocolate
here.
cake in the
Oh.
Chocolate cake in the back.
The chocolate cake?
You can make some for me.
I hope it's still there when I get out of here.
Where was that?
Never saw that.
That's all right. We're okay.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you, President Clark, Superintendent Davis, trustees, and Logan from the great state of Worcester. Is that right? So,
The great state of Worcester.
that's right. Yeah.
I like it.
It's a privilege to get to be here and share with you a really exciting program. And I do want to thank you again. It's been you have served us wonderfully. Trustee Gutierrez and President Clark, a huge sacrifice of time and talent, and often a thankless job, but I know you really care about kids and you care about the community, so thank you for service to our students. We're excited to share with you a program that we've been working on for officially 7 years, but really closer to 8 years now. It's about reaching for the stars, which I like our logo here in Washoe County, as the students are and the scholars are helping students reach for the stars. And of course, that's a phrase that Krista McAuliffe, the teacher, used with students across the country. That was what she saw as her goal, that she touched the future because she teaches. And that's the genesis of that program. And I have a couple of little quotes here at the beginning. Buzz Aldrin had some nice words about how he said when people are looking towards American education, scientific leadership, and students' motivation to learn, he said that the answer's great answer is Challenger Center, which I thought was a good quote. I know Buzz always wanted to be first, and here's a chance for him to kind of go first. But I have a quote from a student that I think I really like that speaks to what Challenger Center is about. This particular student came to Challenger Center, and she said, "I never cared for science much, but then I came to the Challenger Center, and I got to act as an astronaut for a couple of hours. I saw that science and math aren't just things that you learn, they're things that you use. I got some books from the library, and I've been learning more about the solar system ever since. I don't think I will ever become an astronaut or someone at Mission Control, but a career in science, even teaching science, is now a possibility." I thought this is the kind of responses that we get from kids every day, and even today. I apologize if I'm a little tired. I've been to the Mars and back today. We had a great group from Corbett Elementary School, and they were giving us comments as we were going about how awesome it was. Several students said, "I don't want to leave. I want to come back." And we asked them how many of you love science. They all raised their hand. And it's exciting to see 100% success on every one of our missions. And she says she might not become an astronaut or a mission controller, but many of the students who have gone through Challenger have actually gone on to work for NASA and into all kinds of STEM disciplines. So that's why we're doing what we're doing. Of course, it's about our future here in Northern Nevada as well. It's an industry that's on the rise. It's exciting. And we want to be a part of that. I was thinking it's great to be in the honor of all these Hug High School graduates. I went to Hug too, and so as the hawks soar overhead, rising high are we, right? And so it's exciting to see.
Do I need to stand?
And,
That's alma mater.
that's
Do I need
right.
to stand?
That's right. So it's an exciting time. We're still, yeah.
Sorry.
So. It's, we really are changing here in Northern Nevada, but we have a legacy, I think, of aerospace. This is the area where the engines that allowed us to land and take off from the moon were tested right here outside of Sparks, Nevada. Currently, it's our present, the UAV, UAS systems that are being tested. We had a chance at Challenger Center there to host the UAV Collaborative Group as part of our program, and we worked with the governor's representative of aerospace and defense. And so they had their meeting there. The folks from Drone America brought in one of their systems for us at the Challenger Center. It was great to be able to display it in that setting. We've been able to work with Sierra Nevada Corporation, which of course, if you follow the Curiosity mission, that sky crane that lowered that to the surface of Mars was a product of Sierra Nevada Corporation. And they're looking to us and to our kids to fill these jobs, to take us on into the future. So it's an exciting thing. They've actually landed more components on Mars than any other company in the world. And they're based right here in our backyard, which is an exciting thing. So we want to continue to support that, and they're looking to us to do that. It took us this year to the 2014 Manufacturing Conference, and they asked me and Challenger Center to be the keynote talk. My wife said, "What did they do? Did somebody important cancel or something?" And I said, "Thanks, son, for that vote of confidence, but I think it wasn't about me, it was about the Challenger Center, what it does to inspire and engage students and help them rise to that next level. So it's exciting to see, after 8 years of work, to see this starting to come to fruition. Challenger Center is about honoring the past, that legacy, but it's also about preparing for the future. And just this last year, they received the 2013 award. It was interesting, investing in innovation, or innovative, as we've heard earlier.
Yeah.
That innovation award, the I3 award by the U.S. Department of Education, over 618 groups nationwide applied for that, and Challenger Center was just one of 25 in the entire country to receive that. And that's for innovation and the effective use of technology to help lead the way in STEM. And of course, this was one of the groups that pioneered STEM. Before there was the term STEM, Challenger Center helped to develop and create that concept, and has been pushing us forward ever since. So they're continuing to do that. It's not passé, it's not something past, it's updated every year. And in fact, national conference, I'll have to share with you briefly here in a minute, but really the journey began 8 years ago with some of my students from HUG. We were working in an interdisciplinary unit, and we had the English teacher, the science teacher, the math teacher, the technology teacher, the art teacher. We were looking at what could we do that was interdisciplinary, bring it all together. We said, what about space exploration? It involves everything. If you involve people, you involve all of these different areas. So the students simulated, we built a simulation of the International Space Station. It was a tremendous project. But the librarian said, hey, this was awesome what you guys did. Do you want to take it to the next level? You've got to go to California and see the state of the art. So we went and we raised the money to get a bus, which was a huge expense, but we got a chance to go and do a Mars mission in California. And it was amazing. And the students said, this is awesome. When do we get to come back? I said, well, it's kind of hard to get a bus and go over the mountains and do this, you know. He says, yeah, but this is fantastic. We want to do this again. We want to have this experience. And we said, well, and then they asked this question, and this is the one that kind of haunted us. Why don't we have a Challenger Center in our state? I didn't have a good answer for them. They've been around now for 28 years, and usually it's a governor, or a superintendent, or a congressman who creates these centers. And they said, you know what, we're not going to wait. We're going to, naively, we set out on this journey, and we said, we'll start working with the community. So we built a group of scientists and educators and community leaders, and we started working towards this goal. And from day one, we wanted to start reaching out to students. So we got a small grant from the Reno Air Racing Foundation for some spacesuit mock-ups there, and we started doing programs. And it's interesting, I was looking at this picture just today. That's a group of Roger Corbett students there in that picture, second grade class, and we had Roger Corbett sixth grade students here today on a Mars mission. It was really exciting to see us kind of come full circle that way. So those were some of our outreach programs. We acquired the first mobile digital dome in the state of Nevada, and we've had requests. They keep asking us to take this down to Las Vegas, and we've done it a few times that we say, you know, we're based in northern Nevada here in Washoe County, but it's neat. That's the only one, and actually requests as far as San Diego, but we've taken it to Gardnerville and Gerlach and all across Washoe County to schools right here, elementary, middle school, high schools, and TMCC and the university as well. So we've taken that on the road to students, thanks to the Redfield Foundation, and then we started working with an aerospace engineer in Phoenix to develop the Advanced Spaceflight Laboratory, and this is one of only 2 in the country. You can see a group of Civil Air Patrol cadets and my daughter, who's right there in the middle. There, she likes to get in the middle of these things. It's an exciting thing. We've used this with kindergarten students, through college students, astrobiologists, planetary scientists. We were at the national convention for the International Astronomical Society. We had that at the Grand Sierra in the middle of the floor, and we had planetary scientists lining up to get inside and take a journey out into the solar system. Well, it's an amazing unit, and there were about 6,000 different businesses that went before JPL for their Small Business Science Forum. Only 12 of those were selected to be displayed at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and ours was one of those projects. So they're working on the 3rd version of it now already, and eventually I think we'll see a fleet of these across the country. So that's one of the components that we were able to bring, and part of this 8-year journey. So I apologize, it's a long journey, but it's exciting. It's leading towards some big things. The real big goal was this Challenger STEAM Center at Sparks High School. It was based on an action plan from a memorandum of understanding. I appreciate your history of the organization here. We've worked with many superintendents now along the years since the very beginning, and we received that welcome into the district to be a part of this and to move this forward. But our goal was to create a full-fledged center, and we use that acronym STEAM, Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Math, because we think it's the arts element that really helps bring it alive for students, that's absolutely vital. And we'll show kind of what that means here as we explain what this is. And these are a couple of my HUG High School students that went down with us on the mission there with the First Lady actually a number of years ago, which was an exciting thing. So I want to turn it over just for a moment there to Javier De Leon, who is the College Readiness Vice President at Texas State Technical College, where they were one of the centers that just opened here recently. There were about 4 that opened within this year and last year. And this is a little 1-minute clip where they're explaining why they wanted to have this as part of their program.
About a year ago, we were working with the people from the Challenger Learning Center, and we were seeing what is the best route and how could we really take the Challenger Learning Center to the next level. The Challenger Learning Center holds up to 32 individuals. You're going to have 2 groups. They're going to be Mission Control and Space Station.
It's a slice of many aspects of engineering, of science, and technology that it takes to achieve going into space.
And what they're going to be doing is they're going to be working and collaborating with the other 16 individuals that are at the space station. And most importantly, they're having to work together as a team for it to be successful.
This is going to be open from elementary schools all the way to adults in the community, and to expose them to the whole process.
There's rhyme and reason to why we offer math courses, science courses, technology courses, engineering courses.
This really brings forward the excitement for everyone in the room. When we start off that simulator, I'm going to be as excited as the student sitting next to me. It is about the science, but science can be fun.
We want to let everybody know Challenger is just one of many great things that TSC is doing for our community.
So I thought that was a great little clip from the College Readiness Vice President and the President of the college there, explaining why they have this as part of their program to engage all ages of students, including the community. And that's what's been really exciting, is to see the extended family come in and participate in these missions as well. And it can be adults, kids, all different ages. Most of these centers are, in fact, on elementary, middle school, high school, college, or university campuses, and they're a part of the structure and engaging students, showing them that they can be a part of STEM careers. There's another little clip here, and this is at the Challenger Center that's operated at the University of Florida. The engineering college actually operates this as a way to engage. They found it's the best way to get kids interested in science and engineering jobs. So these are some of our colleagues there in Florida, and it speaks, I think, also to listen to the 6th grade teachers as they talk about the standards, the engagement, and the effect, the benefits that it has for students.
The crew of the Space Shuttle Challenger was dedicated to a mission inspired by education. Though these heroes were tragically lost, their mission would not be forgotten. The families of the crew created Challenger Center for Space Science Education, a way to honor their loved ones while keeping the educational mission alive.
When the kids are here, they realize that science is not something that's scary, and it's not just from a textbook, and this just reinforces the hands-on science that we do in the classroom, and the kids leave very enthusiastic and just loving science.
Challenger Center launches students into space every day, inspiring and engaging them in science, technology, engineering, and math.
This is Space Fact. We conduct a spectrum analysis of unknown objects.
The Challenger Learning Center does indeed make learning fun. It makes me feel kind of proud about myself because I can go back to school and I can share what I learned and show it.
When the students walk through the door of any one of the global centers, they are transformed.
We are starting the landing simulation.
Astronauts, engineers, researchers, and journalists begin working together in mission control in the orbiting space station.
There could be someone in my classroom that could find a cure for cancer someday. I think it's real important for them to understand there are jobs out there that they are quite capable of doing, and some of them were real apprehensive to come in here with everything that they see around them, but to sit and be successful was absolutely fantastic to see.
No, back over.
While students share the thrill of discovery, the simulated environment brings classroom lessons to life and teaches important skills like teamwork and communication.
It would be fair to say learning is fun here because the instructors make it fun and you will have that feeling inside of you that tells you, okay, I've accomplished this, I'm glad that I listened, and you can tell yourself that I can do it. We read you over.
It's all about innovation. To be able to spend a day being an astronaut
or to work in mission control, my dream is that every child can come to the Challenger Learning Center at least once in their lives, and better still, many times.
As a leader in STEM education, Challenger Center's truly unique hands-on learning opportunities leave students with newfound excitement and passion to learn.
I do want to learn more about it. We went up in space and everyone communicated to each other.
Mission Controller, we are looking forward to working with you on today's mission.
Astronauts, are you ready to go?
Great successes start with something that happened in their youth and their childhood, and this is a fantastic experience for all of my students.
Every job involves teamwork somehow to get a job done.
It's this impact and experience that inspires students to pursue careers in these important fields and command their own destinies.
The Challenger Center experience is dynamic and unparalleled to anything else offered to students.
I think the Challenger Learning Center is phenomenal, exciting, amazing, fantastic.
It was an out-of-this-world experience.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end of test. Roger.
So it's an exciting program. It's a nice snapshot of what the kids do. It's about the real world. It's about college and career pursuits. There's about 44 of these around the country and around the world now. The goal is to help engage students. It's about 21st century skills, what business leaders say that they need to do. And it's funny, as we did our post-briefing after our mission today, they talked about what were the skills that they needed to be successful as part of the team. And they said critical thinking, communication, collaboration. And they said, yeah, adults don't always do that, right? They have a hard time collaborating and working with each other. I said, that's true. We struggle with that. But that's absolutely vital for team success from all of these different areas. And it is cross-disciplinary, bringing people together, cross-pollination, working with people from all of these different areas. Creativity, innovation, and those connections to the careers. But I think it's also, we've added, in addition to the traditional 5 C's that are part of 21st century skills, it's about confidence too. And that ability for them to do science and that ability to succeed, helping them to believe that they can do it. And I think that's hard to put a value on that, but that's tremendous. It's also about these different teams that they serve on. The college and career strands, whether that's aerospace, communications, data and computer coding. A student today was doing computer science as they were coding the robot to operate on the surface of Mars. And I met with the person who created the Hour of Code, which we're promoting here in the district. We're using one of those activities on the data station. Probe and engineering. A number of students have gone on over the 28 years to say this is what started them in a career in aerospace engineering. And I've been hearing more and more of those stories, students that actually work at Mission Control. One young lady was on the Hubble Space Telescope mission. She says, I directly attributed it coming to Challenger Center as a 6th grade student. So there's the engineering, there's the public affairs and journalism, the life support, biology, physical science, medical careers. There's the flight surgeons during the mission, navigation, astronomy, remote, geology in a state like Nevada, the geophysics and geology of planetary science that way. So all of these different things. And as we've been working with folks at UNR and TMCC, including Dr. Sheehan, and the Dean of the College of Science, Jeff Thompson, came over and was looking at the programs. We're looking at, these are all programs that we want our students to be going into. So they start by a job application that they give to their teacher, and he or she determines who's going to be going into these jobs. They may interview them and then assign them to these crews, but then they can go on from there to certification programs or programs at the university or into possible college and career jobs right here in northern Nevada. So very interdisciplinary in how it operates. But that gets us to the who, and of course there's the crew. Krista, and her mom was a teacher too, and I actually got to sit with Krista's mom, Grace Corrigan, came here to Reno when we were starting and visited some elementary schools. And she says, I think you guys are the ones to do this, that you have an understanding. Krista wasn't a science teacher, but she was going to be teaching science from space and engaging students, and that was the goal there. Sorry. My brother's calling, I think. The family members, every single one of them is still involved. Dr. Resnick is still involved with the program. Cheryl McNair, she supports the McNair Scholars Program, which we have at UNR as well. Tremendous program. She's still very much involved. June Scobie Rogers is still very much involved as the founder in opening the centers around the country. So that's part of the group that's done this. There are partners from across the country. Challenger is affiliated with NASA, has a Special Space Act agreement, NOAA, JPL, the Johns Hopkins University, and we've gotten to work locally with the College of Science, the Accord Foundation, groups like the Desert Research Institute, and others in order to build this program here in our state, the first center in the state of Nevada. So it's been neat to be able to work with those organizations and have them participate. We've also been able to work with the Nevada NASA Space Consortium, and we submitted 2 grants this year, and we were awarded 2 out of 2, which was phenomenal, supporting professional development for our teachers in the Mars rover program and development of a new Pluto mission as New Horizons, after a 9-year journey, arrives at Pluto for the first time in the Kuiper Belt. So I got to work with Dr. Rodrigue and Dr. Calvin at the university on authoring these, and we're excited to be able to do these to allow us to extend our reach to the teachers that way even further. And the other thing is that these are, I should point out, these were started 28 years ago, but they continue to evolve. And every year we have conferences attended, and our workshop leaders are literally the best in the country. Dr. Meyer here is the lead scientist for Mars exploration. He was one of our workshop leaders. He was the lead scientist for Curiosity, and we got to sit down with him and work on this. So it's not old, it's not passé, it's the latest cutting edge kinds of things that are integrated and incorporated in the mission. And the thing I put on the right here is the Earth Odyssey mission. We were one of, I was selected as one of 8 flight directors to help pioneer the development of a new Earth Odyssey mission with NASA. And we received a grant to be able to do that. They rolled it out and unveiled that mission for the first time in Louisville at the national conference. And that's aligned with Common Core and next generation standards. The superintendent of science for Kentucky was there and spoke to the next generation elements and the Common Core elements. So we would like to integrate that. We helped to develop that one. We don't have the computers or the software right now, ironically, to be able to do that, but that's one of the things that we're going to continue to fundraise to bring to our own students, is this new next generation high school mission. So that's exciting. We also had one of our presenters was Dr. Gerstenmaier, who is the head for NASA of human exploration, in charge of little things like the International Space Station and the Orion spacecraft, which just launched this week, and the Space Launch System. He was one of our speakers, and we got to sit down and actually talk with him about where America is going and how we need to engage our students. And he essentially said that Challenger Centers are the front line of STEM education, that if we want to do these things as a country, we've got to start early and engage these kids in a way that reaches them. So that's what we're starting on. I also wanted to point out our local group. Dr. Taranik was one of our founding members. He, of course, was the dean of the Mackey School of Mines, the director of the School of Earth Sciences and Engineering, president of Desert Research Institute. Most people don't necessarily know that he was also the NASA chief scientist for the space shuttle flights, including the very first payload, science payload that was ever flown on the space shuttle. And he committed his time regularly to come and meet with us at Sparks High School there in what used to be the auto shop a long, long time ago. He showed up every single meeting. And he said, you guys are ready. He was the guy that told me, I want you to be the person to lead this project. And I said, well, I don't know if I'm equipped, if I'm qualified. He says, no, you can do this. And so I don't want to let him down. He's one of the guys that really got this started. So we want to honor his memory and continue this and carry it forward. But we have an amazing group. We're not going to recognize all of them, but Dr. Rodrigue here, who is our president-elect. She's an astrophysicist, teaches at the College of Science. Founded the Astronomy 310 course on astronomical measurement, which I got a chance to take this last semester. It's a phenomenal course. And we got to use the telescopes at the Redfield campus to do a variety of different projects. She also used the Hubble Space Telescope for some of her research. These are some of our Nevada treasures here, national treasures, founding member of the Nevada Science Coalition. So she's helped to lead the way. You're probably familiar with Dr. Calvin as well. She's a professor of geophysics. She's the director of the Great Basin Center for Geothermal Energy. She also was on the Mars Exploration Rover science teams, and she has 3 instruments at Mars right now sending data back to us that we incorporate into the missions, and she's been involved in our programming. So she's one of our science instructors. She's part of our science team on a regular basis. She also is a member of the team that determines where NASA's going to go in the next 10 years. Out of all the people, Harvard, Cornell, UNR, and Dr. Calvin is one of that group. So it's pretty amazing, and we're honored to have this caliber of people on our team. Then there's these slackers like this guy over here, you can see. And I just put this up here, and I didn't want to do this. Dan said, you got to put a slide up there. So this is the slide I least like to talk about, but I went to Hug High School. I was a National Merit Scholar from Hug High School. I graduated senior scholar from UNR, the College of Arts and Science. I was a HERS Gold Medal winner. My daughters drag me up and they look at that little honor court, and we get to look at the thing where the name was engraved in stone. I feel like I'm dead, it's like a tombstone or something there. But that was one of the things I worked on. I was named an outstanding student teacher at UNR and aerospace science instructor. I was one of 10 selected nationally to help pilot the teaching of an aerospace online science course with the Air Force Academy and 23 space science organizations. Also, my wife urged me to apply for Honeywell educator position, And I didn't think I was going to get it. Months and months went by. I found out later there were over 900 candidates from 41 states and 27 nations, and they selected 200. I got to represent Nevada, was the only candidate from Nevada, and it was an amazing professional development program. I ended up getting selected as one of 7 commanders that week, and I said, oh, this is exciting. I want to bring this back to the students of Nevada. So those are experiences that I've tried to incorporate going on to Kennedy and Houston, and we finally achieved on October 11th our goal after 7 years officially, and we opened the very first Challenger Learning Center in the state of Nevada. It was on October 11th, the day that NASA launched its first mission as NASA. The first Apollo crewed mission was on that day, and the first American woman to walk in space, Dr. Catherine Sullivan, stepped off the Challenger space shuttle and into history. And we thought, what it would be awesome if she could come and join us for that special occasion here in Nevada. So we wrote her a proposal. Well, it turns out this year she was confirmed by Congress to be the administrator for NOAA. Her title is actually the Undersecretary of Oceans and the Atmosphere. She's in charge of the seas and sky. Those are pretty big responsibilities. I thought, there's no way she's going to fly out from Washington, D.C. She was named one of the 100, Time Magazine named her one of the 100 most influential people in the world this year. And we thought, well, there goes our chance of having it. She said, no, I care about kids, I care about this awesome program, and I care about what you're doing there in Nevada. So she, out of all the places she could be in the country, and she was interviewed on NPR and all these other places, on the 30th anniversary of her spacewalk, she was there with us at Sparks High School and helped to cut the ribbon along with Gene Jones and Terry Smith of the Redfield Foundation, and we opened Nevada's first Challenger Center for our students. And it's been exciting to be a part of that. It's been a lot of work, but it's exciting to see. You can see a little bit of what we've got now here in our state. Over $1 million, actually about $1.5 million worth of simulators. Usually takes $2 to $10 million to bring a center. They said out of the 28-year history of Challenger Centers, yours was the most economical installation ever. We said, well, we'll be proud of that then. We've operated on a shoestring and we've done amazing things. I think you can see our mission control based on the Houston mission control there. Our spacecraft module, that's the laboratory where the students perform the experiments, and I've been getting to take classes in all these different discipline areas to learn how those things operate. So that's where the magic happens. We also have a 3D screening area, spaceflight lab, media studio, digital dome, rocket design lab. We're offering now the Voyage to Mars mission, which is constantly being upgraded. We're making additions and recommendations, and we've had elementary, middle school, high school, college, and community groups participate. Groups from the 99s, the Civil Air Patrol, and the JROTC program at North Valleys. Fantastic groups of students. And then, as I mentioned, we were just one of just 8 centers in the world selected to be part of NASA's grant to develop the first high school level missions. So these things are in the work, they're going. That's that Earth Odyssey mission. But I wanted to speak to, just briefly, what STEAM is. We put up here science, engineering. We've added English, art, technology, math, media, and medicine. And we put art right in there in the center for a reason. Challenger Centers, a lot of people don't understand the interdisciplinary approach necessarily. It's an immersive narrative synthesis. When I say narrative, it's a story in which the students are the characters in the story. They're the participants. They engage in the dialogue. It's about reading, writing, speaking, and listening. These are the ways that they're successful on that mission. And the outcome of the mission depends upon their working as the characters in that story. So it's a setting, it's a story, it's a narrative that integrates all these elements, and I think that's why it works with students. They're part of that drama, and they take on that role, and they see themselves as the engineers and the flight surgeons. And it's fun to hear them afterwards saying, I was a doctor on that mission. I helped to keep everyone alive on this mission. And that becomes a part of who they are. It's part of that affective benefit, I think. And that really leads finally to these benefits for students. There are cognitive benefits. Over the last 28 years, I was reading a 25-page report about all these different areas, and they group into 4 areas. Cognitive benefits, the exposure and application to science content and process skills, the scientific method. There are the skills developed in critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and teamwork, those 21st century skills. There's the affective benefits of self-concept and their approach to science and math, saying, I can do science and math, that this is interesting, and I want to. And then there's the future choice of college and career paths, especially in STEM, and that's that workplace element. And it's funny, as one girl was going out, one of the 6th graders today, she said to me, she says, I don't want to leave. I said, when do we get to come back? And I said, well, we're working with your teachers. The principal there at Corbett is amazing. She wants to bring the kids back for additional missions. The student said, this is going to be my job when I grow up. as she was going out. And it was really exciting to get that kind of feedback from the students. So the question for us is how? How do we do this? We want to impact all of the 6th grade classes in Washoe County School District and students in the Sparks High School vertical, elementary school, middle school, and high school to promote college and careers. We don't have the staffing to do that right now. That's what we're leading up to. We want to provide a world-class installation and equipment at our base. We don't want to just be one of the great centers. We want to be one of the best centers in the country, in the world. So that's one of our goals. And we're going to need staffing for that world-class NASA-based facility to provide those mission simulations as we move forward. We want to be able to provide professional development and in-service programs for teachers because we can know that that will maximize the benefits for the students, that they get more out of it than the more that they're able to put into it. So in order to do that, well, we've gotten support from local businesses, foundations, groups, and donors from the City of Reno, from the state of Nevada, from the Redfield Foundation, the Cord Foundation, the Pennington Foundation. We have we still owe about $250,000. We have people who have literally loaned from their retirement and put a mortgage on their home in order to be able to get this center for our kids. So we're working on that. We have, and that's been part of what our agreement was under that memorandum, is that we would raise the funds to be able to bring this amazing world-class program to the state of Nevada. And then the school district, starting back with with Paul Dugan and Dr. Morrison and others, have been working to bring that to students. We've also been coordinating with educational leaders at TMCC and UNR. The Dean of the Division of Science at TMCC, Dr. Lance Bowen, has been a huge supporter and wants to see this expanded. We've gotten to meet with Dr. Thompson, Jeff Thompson, in the College of Science. Melody has met with the leaders there in the College of Science, along with Wendy Calvin. So we've been coordinating with them, and we want to continue to expand this as we go forward so that every kid has an opportunity to participate. We know that this involves accountability to the board of directors. Our board of directors, that's the group that I answer to regularly, that I'm honored to be able to serve, and our board of trustees, to the district and to regional STEM coordinators as well. And as we move forward, we would like to work more closely with those individuals. The curriculum, we want to continue to make those alignments between Common Core and Next Generation Standards, especially as that Earth mission, the Lunar Quest mission, and the Mars, updated Mars mission is calibrated with these objectives. For staffing, we're looking for 2 positions to make the program free of charge to all Washoe County 6th grade classes. The Sparks High School vertical classes, the feeder schools, and then half price for all the other Washoe County school groups. And I need to just speak to this. In New York, it costs $700 per mission for students to come and participate. In Oakland, where our trainer came from one of the Smithsonian affiliates, it's $725 for a class to come and participate. It's well worth it. 8 years ago, we paid $500 for us to go down. It cost us $1,000 for the bus, so that was cheap to be able to do that. Wellwit Coral Academy still is has been doing this for many years, going down to one of the California centers. We've now gotten requests from Truckee and other California schools to come to us. We wanted to bring that down even more. We figured actually that it costs about $1,500 for us to offer the missions, so we've got to try to cover those costs somehow. It costs us a lot more. It's not good for us. I'm not a businessman, as you can tell that way, but I'm about reaching the kids, and so that's what we've been trying to do. So we want to we're continuing to work with foundations to provide support. But we really we've had groups that asked to come to us from Sparks Middle School, from Sparks High School, and we don't say no. We said, yeah, come on over. We'll do a program. We'll customize it. We'll adapt it for your particular group and emphasize the elements that you want us to work on. But we do want to be sustainable. We would like 2 positions, and we'd like those to be certified teachers. We'd like them to be in science and language arts because this is interdisciplinary. And as you look at the flight directors around the country, they are certified teachers in all different areas. There's the journalism aspect, there's the language aspect. Our CAPCOMs today, the 2 students that represented the mission, that's the English language arts. When we were working with the Corbett students, we were talking about the importance of good readers. And good readers are often rereaders. They go back and reread the task cards. And the kids commented on that after the mission, and they tied it into what their teacher was doing at Corbett, saying, just like you said, we've got to read through these directions, we've got to communicate with our teammates. It's about communications and language arts. It's about science and technology and engineering. Flight directors are not, they're not surgeons or physicians or engineers or planetary scientists, but we are dedicated teachers who care about kids, and we're passionate about reaching and engaging them and inspiring them. And that's really what the goal is. So we'd like to work with the district, and the original agreement, going back to Dr. Guggen, we were just speaking with Dr. Hull last night, the idea was we bring it to Nevada, and then if the school district can provide several positions, that would be great. We're working for 4 to 6 positions eventually. Right now, my wife and I and our volunteers like Craig Rodriguez from TMCC, we're here on Saturdays, Sundays, evenings, weekends, holidays, summers. Sometimes we work till 3 or 4 in the morning trying to get materials ready, but we can't continue to work exclusively just on a voluntary basis. And so we're at the point now, where we need to see that support. And in that original agreement, the idea was that the district would make its best effort to provide teachers in these areas. And so I think that's the point at which we are at. But our team, again, 2 teachers, Washoe County School teachers, 1 in science, 1 in language arts would be fantastic. We would then match that with 2 informal education teachers to perform outreach, missions, and professional development alongside of those 2 teachers, working with the Challenger Center Board, the Washoe County School District Board, TMCC partners, and UNR scientists. And then we've also initiated an internship program with TMCC and UNR students. And we have some fantastic student interns who've been donating their time, but thanks to the Nevada Space Grant, we're going to have some funding to be able to reimburse them somewhat for that amount of time that they're dedicating to this program. So that's the team we'd like to create, and we'd like to continue to reach for the stars. So I thank you for allowing us the time to be able to do this. I see on our NASA clock there, we still got 3 hours, right? A scheduled launch, so we could, just keep going. But at this point, we have some of our board members here tonight. Some of them are down at JPL at NASA right now, actually in California. But Dr. Rodriguez here, Dan Karn, who many of you know has dedicated his time to this community extensively, was our architect on the project, donated all of his time as architect, paid for the building permits in order for us to be able to construct. He's here with us tonight. Dr. McFarland, a former president of UNR and dean of the medical school, who's been involved in the project, and Craig Rodriguez joins Melody Rodriguez here this evening. And so we wanted to be able to try to address some of the questions that you might have, and then, if possible, see if we can take action to move this forward and onwards and upwards. So,
well, trustees, anybody have any questions?
No, this is fantastic. It gives the kids a chance at something they don't get a chance at any other way. It's experiential. They actually get a feel for it, and it's relevant. And the hardest thing in the world to get across to kids is your education is really relevant. You can do something with it. This is dynamite. How do we make it work?
Can we go back to the slides, because I think that was the ask, and we don't have those slides, and so that's why for us as trustees, at least for me, I wasn't too sure what we were doing, so it's not your fault.
Well, we want to construct this team, and what we originally agreed to in the memorandum as we were working through is that Challenger Board would find private foundations and donors to create the facility, to build that out. We've completed that work now, and so now we are ready. We've already had, just since October 11th, over 24 groups come and do missions, but we need teachers in order to be able to offer these missions. And so originally what we talked to the past, we presented, actually, when you were on the board, Dan, we came and presented to the board, and the superintendent, Dr. Morrison, said, welcome to the district. We want to be able to provide this when it's created. So we've been working steadily on that assumption with the Redfield Foundation, the other foundations that we would create this. And then the idea would be that we'd like to see teachers be able to be flight directors to help run these missions. And in other states around the country, in other school districts, they are generally teachers on special assignment for a certain number of years. It might be 2 or 3 or 4 years appointments. We find that usually it takes at least a year or 2 to be really good at doing a Mars mission simulation. I know I think I did pretty well in high school and college, but I can tell you the last 8 years I've been preparing for this. I'll tell you, now I appreciate how hard it is for a NASA mission to operate, and even a simulation of a NASA mission to operate. But we'd like to work as quickly as possible in identifying some teachers, and we've been working to get private support to be able to, I remember the good old days as a teacher. I was a teacher for about 24 years, and I would come to my classes and I would teach. I didn't have to go out and find funding to pay myself in order to be able to teach. And so I don't want to be the executive director by default. I'm kind of the educational director, executive director, custodian, I think everything right now, and we really need to share that burden. Normally you have somewhere between 4 to 10 staff people at these. We'd like to start with 2 positions if we could to be able to reach all of these students. It's interesting, we were looking at San Antonio. They serve about 7% of their students in San Antonio, and those are the 7% that I think they can afford to participate. So that's really what we're asking, is if we can work with the school district to make that possible.
Can I?
The short answer to your question is that it requires 2 positions to operate the center. We're asking for, now that this has come to be here, for those 2 positions to operate the center and provide that for the school district as
right.
And just please bear with me. It's
Certainly.
just that there's process and things like that.
Yes.
And as a governing body, you know, I'm the first one to tell you as a counselor, yes, I understand, and of course I love this program. There's just, as a trustee, I'm looking future. This is my last meeting. Right. And so from an analysis on cost for us, I would have to, I don't have anything, especially if we're going into a legislative meeting, you know, I think we would need to have some type of cost analysis. I don't even have that information as to what the cost is currently, those type of questions, Barbara. So that's just my comment. I mean, I think this is a great program. I think, like I said, I'm kind of like a lame duck probably right now, but those are just my comments at this point. I'm still a trustee, and I think I still have a voice.
Absolutely, yeah.
Trustee Mayor?
Yes,
Trustee
you know, I see a lot of things here that in this memo of understanding that we really have to iron out. And the best way to do that would be to put a committee together of, like we just saw here, that they had 11 people and so forth, because there's certain things here. These teachers, who's going to evaluate them? What condition are they going to be evaluated on? Is this going to be for credit? If it is, who's going to certify the credits? And the charge. Well, just a minute, let me finish. You had your chance.
Sure.
And who's going to pay for insurance on this? If a kid falls off the ladder there and breaks his back, who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for the transportation for the field? See, I think it's a field trip, just like going to the Discovery Museum, because you don't have any framework or nothing like that. So what I'd propose is that we set up a committee of individuals, science teachers, English teachers, administrators, interesting people in it, and come up with a framework to develop this, because I noticed this memo of understanding is running out. You've got about 6 more months.
No, we have about 1.5 years, actually.
How do you figure? It's a 5-year program and you started in...
Well, so it wasn't
2011.
signed by the it was signed by an area suit, so it doesn't actually start, so they actually have a...
Oh, an area superintendent signed it instead of the superintendent.
Yeah, that's not a superintendent's signature, that's Patty Paul.
Okay. Well, I just feel that we have to put a committee together and do this thing right, because you know, you're a teacher. What's the union's position on taking 2 allotments without having evaluation?
Well, we actually still do the evaluation process, and we actually have insurance in place. That was part of the agreement. So those issues, we've had committees that have worked on each of those different components as well, and it's been an ongoing process. This is not something new.
Who's going to evaluate them?
Currently, I serve, our principal, Kevin Carroll, is the person that signs off on our evaluation.
And how are you evaluated? On classroom control or?
Observation during the missions, these kinds of processes. And then we also work with our board of directors as well, who provides that information. So, and it's the precedent in other states is generally as a teacher under, on special assignment is how that operates. So.
Yeah, but well, that's what I'm saying. You've brought so many ideas here. Which one do you want? You know, do you want a guy to be a teacher running an overall, and then or an administrator, and they run the teachers and they evaluate the teachers? You know, there's a whole bunch of questions in here
Sure.
that aren't answered. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against this program,
Sure.
but I'm, you know, does your board of directors furnishes all insurance?
Yes.
So like if a teacher slaps a kid, your insurance is going to
We have liability insurance through our board of directors. Yeah.
for the teacher.
For the teacher, yes. Yes.
How about professional incompetence or neglect or something like
Yep,
that?
we
That's
have-
all insurance.
we-
How much you pay for that just for this one thing?
I didn't ask our accountant to be here tonight. I don't know, Dan, if you want to speak to that. One of the board members.
John, I appreciate your comments, and I think that's an appropriate step to take, because there are a lot of different avenues, and one of the answers, or one of the questions that needs to be asked, or a whole series of questions, is there are many different things that Challenger could be, depending on how the district sees this as being most applicable and most beneficial to the district. What we need to do is move beyond the fact, Stella, back to your question. At the moment, for every class that comes, it's $700 plus bus.
Yeah.
And until we can get some staff members, that's what it's going to be, and that's going to limit who can come, and pretty much eliminate the Title I and low-income schools unless they have other opportunities. So, you know, we want to work towards that commitment as quickly as possible. And what we'd like to do is see a commitment, a tentative commitment to fund staff positions with the provision that we sit down and develop the pro forma with the school district in terms of how it works. But we need the commitment that it is going to happen pending a final agreement. I mean, if it falls apart, you're not obligated to anything. But these are basically Washoe County students, Washoe County staff that are going through the program. And we would love to sit down and tailor this to the most appropriate use of this space for the kids and for the staff. But we do need to move forward, and at $700 a whack, you know, that shuts the door in front of a lot of kids. So
how'd Roger Corbett afford it? They're one of the poorest schools in the district.
My Rotary Club paid for it.
Oh, okay. But I really feel that committee, you got to iron out all this. And,
we would be happy to sit down, because there are certain questions, but we do need a commitment, or asking for a commitment that funding pending the outcome of this committee be where we end up.
Well, Trustee Rosenberg.
We've just spent, John, with all due respect, we've just spent 5 minutes telling ourselves why we can't do something, all the things that can get in the way. It's one of the things that's making American education the disaster it is today. What do we do to make this possible? How can we do this? Now, there is one position in our budget right now that has not been filled. It's for an itinerant art teacher. It's still there as far as I know. So there is a position possibly available. And I don't necessarily need an itinerant art teacher when I've got a program like this that can do double what anybody else can do. So how do we make this work? If it's a committee, fine. I'll be the first one to join. But let's not lose it. They're not out of time. We are.
Trustee Ruggiero?
Well, you know, I've done my homework, and I've asked the kids who attended the field trips, and they love it. And I think there's some very good points made here tonight. And I really support the committee idea, because I think there might be some missed opportunities. So I think a dialogue would be important. And I also like the fact that putting the committee in place, because we have 2 new trustees coming on board who I would like to see part of this.
Actually, 3.
Oh, 3. Well, one is
coming
here.
in here.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
here.
that's right.
She's already part of the clan now.
Oh, damn, I knew there was
You have to
something.
leave and come
So,
back in January.
and I see the great opportunities here. And our when the board has put a committee together, the outcomes have always been very positive. So I think moving forward in a committee process, I don't know if Mr. Mayor, you would like to lead the committee on behalf of the trustees? Or,
I'd leave that up to staff to
Okay.
develop who wants it.
okay, and maybe a trustee can sit on the committees or attend the meetings, but I'd like to make a motion. Let's move forward. I think Howard's right. Let's move forward with the committee. I don't think we can make any commitment tonight because that would be unfair to our new trustees, but I think a committee to move forward to explore what this should look like in the future.
Just so.
wait a second.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion. We can have discussion if, yeah,
Well,
it is a
It's a
motion.
motion.
And I
Is there
will
a
second it.
Okay.
Now we
further
can discuss.
So I just think as you direct us to form a committee, we need to be clear about what our charge is. Previously, we have talked about the signature academies at Sparks being aligned to Microsoft, manufacturing, all those things, and that is what the school has been waiting for the space for. If that changes, that's fine, but we need to be able to talk to that community and that school population, because for the past year and a half in our strategic plan, and I think, Scott, you can testify to this and talk about Dana's work that they've been doing. It's been the expansion of that. If we give up that space, because it's supposed to be like a Reno Red House, we just need to be very transparent to the community about what that is so that there's no questions asked from us what our true charge is. So I would just like to be very specific in the charge you give to us for the community and for the committee.
Trustee Gutierrez?
I think, I just don't want you to all leave with the impression that we don't like the project. We all love the project, I'm sure, just by talking to other trustees. I think for me, it's just structure and just not having the answers, not having the budget, a cost analysis. As a trustee, we have to look at that. And so then how can we, is there a better fit? Maybe with another
Is there a
space
better
signature academy that's aligned, that's even aligned with TMCC or UNR. You know, there's so many questions. And so that's all I'm saying, just the structure and process.
So
That's
should
all.
I clarify my motion?
Did you have?
Yeah.
Well, we're still under
Oh, okay.
discussion. Trustee McClure?
Yeah, I agree with that, Estella, in relationship to Lance Bowen and what he expects from there. If we look at the signature academies, I would look at this as probably some sort of a process for a vertical articulation at some place. But we have a lot of other partners in this process of looking at how we can best use every single thing that we're talking about, whether you're talking science, technology, energy, math, and I understand all of the issues about the integration of the subject matter, but when we start talking about the standards, and I don't know anything about this because I haven't looked, and so again, this is a good opportunity for us to take a look at what are the science standards because what they talked about on the film, or at least that's what I took away, was the 6th grade teacher. And you dealt today with Roger Corbett. I have no problem with having the Challenger program and then branching off however it needs to go so that we update and make sure we have the rigor necessary for high school. And when you talk about what's planned for high schools, well, I don't know what that is. And so what we're really trying to do here, as I'm sure Dan recognizes and remembers, we're trying to engage all children. And as we look at our Signature Academy process, what that is designed to do is to make certain that we've got programs available that will engage many, many children. And so this program, I think, is already full flower in relationship to what you do, and I commend you for how hard you're working to create this program and moving forward with it. I'm not against it either, but I want to be certain that it's at the appropriate age level, and if in fact you're looking at high school curriculum, we also have to look at what's going to happen with the middle school. And in order to make this thing a real reality, I think we need to look at elementary, middle, and high school if possible to make sure that we've got everyone who has a vested interest, whether it's now going to be Elon Musk because of his space exploration, along with the other folks from Sparks. I mean, I can see many, many possibilities that we haven't really looked at, and I'm glad to hear you talk about the Mars exploration, because when you talk about the Challenger, you talk about something that happened quite a while ago. Taking that space capsule and that whole idea and the integrity of it to make it advanced enough for students, so whether they're going to go, we talked a little bit ago about creating jobs for students that we don't even know exist. So I'm just wanting to see that we've got the university, the community college, along with the school district, and then
how that works in the school district is going to be different than how it was originally, I think, looked at. So I would like to take a look at having people come together in a committee, and with Dana Ryan, who is dealing with all of our signature academies. And as we look at all of the new things that are coming into this area with technology, and along with, who knows whether Musk will bring in his space exploration here as well. I mean, I don't know that either, but if you look at the drones, you look at all the exciting things that are happening with aeronautics, I think we've got a perfect time to really see how all these things mesh together. That's my opinion.
Did you want to say, reply to that?
Yeah, we support all of that. Barbara, to your comment, Challenger can be many things. Challenger's a name that started this, but in terms of being up to date, it can't be more up to date in terms of what's provided in the classroom. And certainly when you've got Dr. Rodriguez,
Right.
who,
I understand.
you know, uses the Hubble telescope for her work. You've got, you know, Dr. Calvin, who has, you know, 3 projects on Mars today as we're speaking. You know, that's our frame of reference in terms of keeping it appropriate. This can be, we could, if you wanted another Signature Academy, we could give you a Signature Academy in a month. That's how much information and education is available to us. It can be strictly the 5th and 6th grade portion of it. There are many, many things that Challenger can grow into for the district. The one comment I would make, and I would ask, you've all heard the expression, killing it with kindness. If this committee doesn't act quickly, you will kill Challenger.
Well, I don't know that we need to take responsibility for that. Dan, when we're just sitting here and we've got 3 new board members who are coming on, I do not know everything that goes on with that Challenger program. Wait a minute. And I'm an educator. And what I care about is whether I want all children to be engaged in education. If this is one way to do it, then I'm not against any of that.
Yeah, I would just hope that there's a short time frame. If we're talking 6 months or a year from now, Challenger has got a huge problem in terms of providing, what happens over the next 6 months. As I said, we ran one class today. He's got half a dozen already lined up. But we need to bring this to fruition, and it certainly needs to be fit into the best fit for Washoe County. That's not our job to tell you where this fits. Our job is to say we have a bunch of high-tech, pertinent, up-to-date offerings that challenge kids in a way that nothing else is happening in Washoe County right now. So we welcome the opportunity to sit down with the committee and find that perfect fit. We would just ask that it happen quickly.
And just to speak to about the high school, the elementary, middle school, and high school level, the Mars mission is geared, there are different activities and different task cards that they use for different levels, but it's also used with adult groups. When we were in Arizona, the firefighters were actually going through the Mars mission as a way to prepare team building and skills that we all depend upon, communication, collaboration, critical thinking. So whether we have the North Valley's JROTC group coming or a group from 6th grade group coming, the other thing that's neat is I think it connects to all of these different signature academies because it directs students into those possibilities, whether that's computer science and the Microsoft IT Academy, or whether that's manufacturing or engineering or medical careers like at Hug High School, the medical programs are up there. It helps kids discover these opportunities in each of these different areas. So I just wanted to address the nature of it being for participants of all different ages, including NASA astronauts who have been involved in testing and running those simulated missions as well.
Well, the other thing that I'm concerned about is the equity of it, because if we've only got X number of students who are going to that because they can't afford to go, then there's an issue with that. And so you're not just talking about maybe 2 teachers, we're also talking about trying to make this equitable. We already have issues with that with some of our other signature academies where kids can't go because they don't have transportation. So, I mean, I really think that in order to make this, Howard, in order to make this...
I'm listening to you, believe me.
No, you weren't. You were talking.
No, darling, I always talk, but I can listen.
Well, I think we need to put together a committee with the people that are going to be interested, and that won't happen until after probably the next board meeting because we've got new people who will be coming on board. And then I think we need to have a core group that want to move forward and take a look at how it's going to work. But our staff, in relationship to all the Common Core curriculum and all of those issues, that has to be them as well.
Trustee Rosenberg?
I think the most important group to start with is elementary school. There's where you capture them.
Yep.
That's where it works up from there.
I agree with that.
There's a lot of things that may mandate against some kids being able to get there, but that doesn't mean that you don't do it for those that you can reach. And if this does what I suspect it can do, we're going to be growing it, and it's not going to cost us money. They'll be thrilled to give us grants to help it grow. I think that we desperately need, and you're right, we do need to wait for new people to come on the board, but let's get this started as quickly as we can so that we can indeed have a committee, get together, and start doing something meaningful.
I won't be here, but I'm astonished, quite frankly, at some of the comments about when you see something that has the recommendations that this does from NASA, from NOLO. I mean, I haven't in 8 years sat here and seen any other program be offered up that has the background and the acknowledgments in the scientific field, whatever fields across the board that this has, that is something that very few, this is the only one in the state, very few states get it. It's an opportunity for our students to go into the science and math field, in which this whole uproar about Tesla, etc., was all about creating this dynamic workforce within Washoe County, of which we as trustees were asked to be involved in the workforce issue. And I don't know how many more credentials or how many more authenticities you have, or people from NASA to come here, or scientific people to come here, to be able to say that this program has built itself and is in the position to provide a real service to our students. I think the committee's great, but I think it needs to be done in the near future. But I'm just kind of astounded that finance is one thing and sitting in the committee, but to question, some of the other things here is, and for some reason I just think I'm going to be blunt, it's my last meeting. There's some kind of something going on in the school district against this Challenger thing, and can't quite figure it out. But when I walked into the Challenger thing, it was, to me, it was a no-brainer. It really was. And I would be sad to find out that the students in Washoe County School District would lose out on an opportunity for whatever reasons there happen to be that are going on here. But so we have a motion and we have a second.
And I want to reiterate, it was a very positive motion, and that there are opportunities here, and more discussion needs to happen, and so let's move forward.
So, any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
We need a second. We need a second.
We already
No, you
did.
have a second.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have had discussion.
Right.
Oh.
Howard seconded it.
Opposed? Motion passes.
I'm not going to be on the board, but I have a date with you sometime on the Challenger.
Okay, what is next? Okay, so Mr. Szynski, we need to...
6.03 before, and
Oh,
then,
first, and then...
and then Mr. Szynski.
Okay. Approval of agreement between Washoe County School District and Nevada Energy for ground-mounted photovoltaic solar, no, that's not the right word. Huh?
Photovoltaic.
System at Stead Elementary School. Welcome, Mr. Cobb.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Davis. Before you this evening, this is the second time I'm bringing this to you. This is an agreement between the district and NV Energy for the installation of a ground-mounted 125 kilowatt solar system at Stead Elementary. This was born from the Nevada legislature in 2013. Actually, they directed the utility companies within Nevada to develop low-income pilot energy savings programs. Of this, NV Energy is looking at doing 8 sites throughout the state of Nevada, 4 in southern, 4 in northern Nevada. There were several options of types of installations they could do, whether it meeting the low income and doing an outreach. NV Energy looked at the opportunity and saw that school districts would be ideal. Based on that, they did choose a site with the district, and what I brought before you before in September was the Stead site. The concerns that the board presented at the time was one, that we had talked to the site administrator but not the PTO, as well as meeting with Sky Vista HOA, that is their neighbor to the rear of their site. Staff met with Mr. Fong and the PTO on October 1st, and then we had the opportunity to meet with the Sky Vista HOA on November 18th of this year. Both are very much in favor of the solar project. Both do prefer the ground-mounted system, and a couple reasons for that. One, as we discussed that, an elevated solar system like you see at some of our other areas that are more like an awning or a carport type, NV Energy, one, did not budget for that. That would be something that the district would have to come to the table with additional funds. Topping to a couple installers, you're looking at $100,000 to $125,000 difference. Let alone looking at the site currently, there's a desire to build a different bus turnaround and parking there. That is still in discussions with the HOA. Seems receptive, but it's not built. So you'd be building that in the front of the school in that parking area. The site administrator as well as the PTO, they have a lot of issues with parking and getting in and out of there. They really didn't want to see an elevated system in their parking area. It's already difficult to get in and out. Plus that site sits a lot lower than Stead Boulevard, so you'd be looking at the back of a bunch of solar panels rather than the front of school from Stead Boulevard. The HOA said, you know, if you were going to have an elevated, we'd want it in front of the school. We don't want an elevated system out in the back that we walk out our back door and look at. The ground mounted, they like it, that's lower to the ground, out of sight. The one comment that the PTO did make is they would like to see the no-climb fence around that. NV Energy is receptive to that, just to help prevent from vandalism. They don't want it slatted because you do want to be able to see through and see the systems, not hide anybody if they actually did get in there. And make sure you still have panels. The biggest benefit here to the district is, as it's proposed right now by NV Energy, we don't pay a nickel. NV Energy comes in, they will bid this, they will build it. Stead Elementary gets all the savings. The estimated, they get 75% of the savings. Right now it's estimated at $16,500 a year in savings. 25% of that would be set aside for operations and maintenance. That is suggested right now by NV Energy, set that aside. If we see that going through years forward, if this was built and we don't need that much, the rest of that would go back to the school. It's for the school to use at Stead. That is part of the agreement. It has to remain there. But there's all types of opportunities how to use that money. Ewan Fong, the site administrator, knows he would work with NV Energy. You know, there's all types of ideas, whether it's computers, is it books in the library, is it book bags for every kid that walks in the door. There's all kinds of possibilities. NV Energy would like to be a part of that. There's reporting, it goes back to them, how that money is used. But this is, you know, as presented by NV Energy and the agreement you have in front of them, it's no cost to us and all the benefit to Stead and the district. And NV Energy gets a partner that knows how to maintain these types of systems, because at the end of the day, we do own it and maintain it.
Okay.
So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So on the map that you included this time?
Yes, ma'am.
The blue square at the top?
Correct.
Is that where the...
That's an approximate location of where you would see it in the rear of the site. We still have to meet. We have not met with NV Energy on site to do a walkthrough or any type of bidding, because this has not been approved as of yet.
Because the last map, the last time, it was... Which
Very
direction?
similar to this.
Was lower though, down on, and
It most likely
you
it
were
will be.
talking about this section up here that was blue now as the possible area for doing the bus turnaround, etc.
what you see there before you is the proposed parking and turnaround for the busing.
So that's what the blue square is?
No.
Oh.
That's what the roadway is.
The parking in the black outline is the roadway. The blue square is just an approximate location of a 18,000 square foot space that's required for a solar system this big. It would be within that triangle somewhere. If you look at that inside circle there, that's where the solar system would be located, somewhere within there. We have to work out with NV Energy, just because there is a connection between the school and the solar as far as internet connection, and so that you do have the component where you're showing how much energy is using, and we have to get onto our backbone of our network.
However, from the last presentation, you mentioned that there is a, it's not a ditch, what do you call it, a ravine, something running through this middle of this site. And so I did talk to the homeowners association, and they are absolutely fine with us at any point that we have the money with making that, using that roadway behind them. They said they have indicated to the school district that
They have indicated to Mr. Cobb. Their attorney has not indicated that to me.
We met with them. They wanted to review it. I provided them additional maps that their board requested. I actually went to their board meeting. Their board members requested additional maps and drawings, and they were going to review that and get back with me so that we could sit down with them again to discuss the bus turnaround. As far as the solar goes, they're fine.
Right.
Their total agreement, they like the idea of the ground-mounted solar. Many of them, their children are actually going to this school, so they like the opportunity of this system being installed and them getting a benefit from that.
my only concern is, I'm in favor of this. I don't have any issue with it. My only concern is the trustees being put in a position later on that if there's money, because this is a huge issue, this parking, the bus drop-off for years and years. So if the board in the future decides that they're going to fund that bus turnaround, and then it gets to that the land left has the big ravine in it, and let me finish my question. And then we get to that point, and that's the parcel of land that's left to put the bus turnaround in. All of a sudden it becomes an issue and a money factor. Well, we can't afford it because there's this big, huge ravine. That's my only concern. If you now, because you changed from what you said at the last meeting to this meeting, maybe the intent was always the same, but the language has somewhat changed. I just want to be cautious and put it out there for the record that wherever you put it is not going to hinder or add additional costs if, you know, there was ever capital campaign monies to be able to create that turnaround and bus drop off in the back, because it's been there forever.
And for your clarification, Trustee Clark, the drawing in front of you, the parking, and there's a darker outline, it looks like a roadway. That is the actual design that's been provided by the consultant when the district actually took this out for bid. You had a low bidder. So that is the actual site where you would see the bus turnaround and the parking. That's why we're showing the blue area, that it does not affect the future ability for the district to build those improvements if we get approval from the HOA.
Perfect.
Does that answer your question, ma'am? Okay.
Right.
If I could just kind of point out on this map, if you see this little indentation over here between the houses,
Yeah.
there's a ravine that comes across approximately right here to that point. The design that Chris has talked about would happen regardless if the solar thing would even, you know, this design is the design we came up with that dealt with the ravine and everything all along.
Okay,
So
good.
there's no added cost to the district at whatever point we decide to do this parking by the solar.
Great.
Right.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That answers my
Yep.
question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Trustee Mayor?
Move for approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Good project.
Okay, now we're going to 6.07 and 6.08, Mr. Szynski.
President Clark, Superintendent Davis, members of the board, for the record again, Tom Sosinski, Chief Financial Officer. 6.07 is an opportunity to delete 3 board policies and consolidate them into one for our investments.
So let me see
Sure,
if
go
we
ahead.
can speed this along.
Sure.
Since this has been before the Board Policy Committee, and this is the second time that's appeared before the board, why don't we just go to questions? Is there any questions regarding 6.07, which is the proposed adoption of Board Policy 3100, Financial Services, and the proposed deletion of Board Policy 3210.1, School Activity Funds, Board Policy 3211, Investments in Board Policy 3250, Fees and Deposits.
I have no questions, President Clark.
Anybody else?
No.
So it is just for discussion, so it would move on to step 3, and we'll see you in, some of us will see you the next time around.
All right.
Good luck with that. Okay, so 6.08 is discussion of the proposed adoption of Board Policy 3265, Equipment and Property, and the proposed deletion of Board Policy 3270, Acquisition and Disposition of Real Property, Board Policy 3270.1, Disposition of Personal Property, Board Policy 3271, Rental or Lease of Teacherages, what is that word, Teacherages?
That's it.
And Board Policy 3440, Fixed Assets Inventory. Again, this has been before the Board Policy Committee. It has been before the board before. Are there any questions?
Not at this time.
So we'll move on to step 3 at the next time.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, 6.04, discussion regarding the proposed adoption of Board Policy 9201, bullying, harassment, and discrimination prohibited, and the deletion of Board Policy 4111.3, harassment, sexual harassment, and intimidation. Again, this has been before the Board Policy Committee and has been before the board as a whole.
Sorry.
Are there any questions regarding this policy?
Now
No.
this, oh,
Yes, Trustee Ruggiero.
so this was the one we had a lot of questions on, and it seems like you worked with our parents.
Mm-hmm.
And so I want you to speak to that, please.
Okay. Good evening. This is Lisa Scurry, Policy Coordinator.
Here,
No,
you can have mine.
there they go.
I just so happen to have 10,000 of them.
So actually, based on some of those conversations we've had is why you're getting an additional copy tonight, and then of course we'll post it so that the public can see it. So in addition to having already gone to the Council on Family Engagement and the Diversity Task Force, I'm going to say this wrong, Transgendered Alliance Group has reviewed it. We did go to the Center for Self-Determination following some of the comments from the last board meeting. We've received some great comments. A lot of those comments are going to be implemented in the regulation. Things about timelines, and so just so you know, that will be coming to you later. But a couple of the things that have been changed based on comments. The first section where I originally had just listed all of the protected classes in a paragraph. It was suggested that we break them out so it's easier to see. So, did that. And then on page 3, originally it said the district will make every effort to communicate this policy and the guidelines. Well, that didn't seem to have a lot of force, so I changed it to the accompanying administrative regulations. That made them feel a little bit more comfortable. And then also they asked, are these things being posted anywhere else? These things have already done or have already been done. It is already on the district's website, and it is already included in the parent student handbook. So those things are done. And then we also, Ms. Hammond specifically looked at the definition of discrimination that we had, which we've kind of put together based on various descriptions and definitions, and came up with a new description that encompasses both educational work, or educational environment, work environment, equal access, so all of that encompassed into the one statement. So those are sort of some of the big ones. I'm going to add that also based on the group that came last time, I think Mr. Salvaggio talked to you about the individuals with Disabilities Advisory Committee. Okay, they've asked me to come to their next meeting, and so we're going to talk about drafting a regulation specific to that group of students. So we'll be working on that as well.
And going to the same outside groups, including the Center for Self-Determination. For the record, that's Ms. Hammond's advocacy group.
Yeah, and Nevada PEP, I think, will also be reviewing as we get closer.
Any additional comments or questions?
Move to approve.
No,
it's discussion still on.
Discussion still.
You just want to get
But
one last
one more.
We appreciate the
Well, I
comment.
wanted to move proof the last time, right?
She wants to get as much done under her tenure here as possible.
Thank you, Ms.
Great
Don't
job.
blame her.
Thank you for
Okay.
that.
So
That was-
6.05, discussion of proposed deletion of board policy 4110.2, department chairs. This also has been before the board policy in the board of trustees. Does somebody have questions on this one?
No questions for me.
No questions for me.
Then it will move forward to the next board meeting or whenever it's scheduled. Okay, 6.06, discussion of the proposed revision of board policy 4160, mandatory self-reporting by staff, charge, arrest, or conviction of a crime, formerly entitled mandatory reporting by staff, charge, arrest, or conviction of a crime. This as well as in the same step 2 of having been to the board policy committee and the board of trustees before. Are there any questions regarding this one?
No.
Then this too shall move forward to step 3. 6.09, discussion of proposed adoption of board policy 4300, enhanced compensation, pay for performance. Again, this is in step 2 as well. Are there any questions regarding this?
Well, I might just ask if we can't change the language, but other than that.
We're all looking at you like, go ahead, say what you say.
Okay, Ms. Huckabee, you have some
Swear.
comments?
I would like to just let the board know that, knowing that this is a brand new policy and one that is required by our state, you'll notice in the policy, after purpose under policy under number 1, that last sentence says implementation of the program shall be based on the receipt of legislatively designated funds. So that specifically was put in there because we know that to do a district-wide pay for performance or merit pay model, that we need funds to be able to do that. So I just wanted to point that out for the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have board reports. Is anybody interested in doing a board report?
Not really.
I am.
Is the interim superintendent interested in doing a report?
Yes, I am. It'll be quick.
I have something to report.
Okay.
This is when you go see something, right? When we go.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, I saw stuff. No, I don't mean. No, I just wanted to share that I went to the info session on the signature academies. I was extremely impressed. I was extremely impressed with the signature academies, with the staff, very well attended. I went to the one on Foster Drive, at the Boys and Girls Club on Foster Drive. Just really extremely impressed. And I knew a little bit about it, but I didn't know we had all that going on. So I left there telling people, Dad, did you know? Really, and really telling people, check this out for your kids. So I was very excited about that.
Hopefully every meeting you'll be going. Did you know?
Yeah, right.
You got a big learning curve ahead of you.
There's stuff to tell after the meeting. I can tell you that. There's stuff to tell. And then I just represented all of us at the Reno Aces toy giveaway, and that was cool. It was cool that all of our Title IX was from sports. That's my other life.
Yeah.
Title I schools were there and very excited. They each got 30 toys. I believe it was to give away, and they had them in all these boxes, and so it was cool. Good. That's all the stuff I saw.
Any other trustee reports?
I went up to Incline to give the award to Beth Case. That was the community member who goes to all, she covers the waterfront on that school, and crossing guard, bus traffic director. I mean, it's just, I've never heard of anything like it, and I was really impressed. And so I said, that's the story we need to tell, because she does that out of the goodness of her heart. And then I met with that group of parents, including those 2 gals who were here today.
Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Interim superintendent?
Okay, it was a busy weekend for students and staff in Washoe County School District this weekend.
That's right.
On Saturday, we had our state football game, and I'm going to say that I believe that Reed is the 2-time defending public school football.
You read my words exactly.
I know, right? And those boys played their hearts out. I think I was running around on the field, but so excited for Reed.
Where is Reed located? Where?
It's next to Reno.
It's a long ways from Reno.
And then, of course, we host the largest, I would say, gala for students here, and that is the military ball, which I attended, and it was a thing of beauty. And we had an opportunity to, they do a court where you shake every kid's hand. It was about an hour and a half, but what a great opportunity to meet all the kids, though, because they were really excited about what they were doing in their schools, and we judged tables, and it was just a fantastic evening. And what was great about it was the same people I saw working at the game. We all cleaned up and got fancy and went to the ball, and everybody's like tired, but just happy to help the kids out. We celebrated the selection of Dr. Angie Taylor and Tiffany at ACON's annual celebration of community leaders and education who are outstanding. So it was nice that we had 2 representatives from the Washoe County School District, and Lisa Ruggiero, Trustee Ruggiero, was there with me, and it was an exciting time.
It was.
And then just to close, I think we talk about achievement and we live that every day, like that's a non-negotiable for us. But when we talk about the things we cannot measure, hopefully you read the superintendent's report as we continue to highlight the things that don't get measured, but our teachers, our staff members are doing an amazing job for kids, and sometimes that don't show up in an accountability report. So I would say you should always try to read those blurbs. We're going to be committed to making sure we share the stories. Thank you.
And it was wonderful. Your 2 paragraphs at the end of that brought tears to my eyes. It was so well done.
It was. And speaking on that note, I just want to congratulate Superintendent Davis for jumping in feet first and, you know, running with things. You've done a tremendous job so far, and we're very much appreciative of you and staff, and keep up the good work. I think we're in a good place.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, so that leaves, do we have a executive session? We do? Oh, man. Okay, first let's don't everybody rush yet. Okay, are there board member requests for future Board of Trustees agendas and agenda items?
The Challenger Committee, is that done here? Setting up a committee, is this something
I don't think that goes on a future agenda.
No.
I think the future president will take care of the board committee, or just work with the superintendent to do that. So January.
Okay, thank you.
Can I do public comment before we go into executive session?
No, we'll get out of it. We'll do it.
Well, is there anybody here for public comment before we go into executive session? Okay. Next meeting announcement, January 13, 2015 at 2 p.m. Okay, I'll take a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second. Somebody second. Paul, hey.
Angie second.
Second. Somebody second.
Angie seconds it.
Okay,
Thank
you very much. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Everybody that's not part of the negotiation team or the Board of Trustees or the superintendent